Gambler, terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
It's a Monday. TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. There's Doug Vaughn, the legendary Doug Vaughn. Bob Costas described him as self-deprecating.
Well, that's probably closer to the truth than legendary.
Yeah, the self-deprecating Doug Vaughn's here.
What do you have to be legendary exactly? Old? Just been around a long time?
Have some accomplishments.
It's a good start.
The accomplished Doug Vaughn, former host of The Vault, right? Was that a segment?
No.
Didn't you go into The Vault?
The flashback.
Mm-hmm. I thought you guys had The Vault.
We'll go into well, we did that when we had nothing else.
Okay, see?
If we had absolutely nothing else or we had an equipment failure, we'd pull out an evergreen story from 10 years ago and say, remember this wonderful moment?
I feel like Rich Gould stole that idea.
Yeah, it worked.
Producer came back one Sunday, younger news producer. Hey, Rich, just wanted to know what to promote on the Sunday night show. What's coming up? And he just stared for a while, and he said, well, Seve Ballesteros died, and I really like Seve. So just mention that. And they said, well, what am I mentioning? I'm going to talk about Seve. And they said, oh, okay, we'll just say sports is coming up next. Okay. Papers here, Jackson, Bennett Burkett, the chairman, Kurt, In the big chair, Tim is back on Wednesday, his birthday weekend in Vegas, but we are locked and loaded. No shortage. How was the weekend? Doug, did you have a grand weekend?
Did some yard work yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, put down some sod.
Wow.
Had a tree cut down right at the ground, and so now I got a big bare spot, so I had to go get sod.
And now you got to babysit that sod. Don't you have to water it all the time?
Oh,
like having
yeah.
a puppy or something?
Twice a day, I know. They tell me it's a good time to do this, so I'm doing it.
Doug put down sod. Text into the show.
Everything's just wet.
Oh,
Air Comfort Service.
it's hard to
text
find
line.
good sod now at the stores.
Is it?
I had to go to that grain elevator in Valley Park.
Oh, yeah, I know where that
That
is.
old...
Kind of looks like it left over from our little house on the prairie. Like you
it
go
is.
there.
It opened in 1875, they told me.
Do they still have the bulldog walking around in there?
I didn't see a bulldog.
I am tired.
I'm tired, too. But I've driven past the place 1,000 times, never been in it.
It's got a little checkerboard
What a
on the
cool
silo,
place.
kind of. Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool. And they had great sod. Oh, boy, did they have sod.
How about Doug with some Yola for the, what is it called? The Valley Park
Grain and elevator.
Grain Elevator?
Yeah.
How about
Doug,
that?
you're so freaking old.
I used to go in there to fill up some propane tanks.
Oh, I did that, too.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Get yourself some salt there during the winter, Doug.
I didn't get any salt there.
Okay, but you could plan ahead.
Yeah.
Plan ahead.
Next time I'm there, I'll get salt.
Text into the show. Call in. Mondays are always big for phone calls. And that means we'll take at least one. Calgary and Thompson phone line, 974-0101, and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where you can hop into the conversation. You can watch the show on YouTube. We've got a Stiefel dossier, tells you what's coming up. Chris Kerber talking Blues, Gabe DeArmond talking Mizzou. So this is a tradition on the show. I'm new here, but Doug, the tradition is to ask you, since you're not legendary, you're accomplished.
No, I don't know.
Coming out of a weekend when you had a Ryder Cup in golf, final weekend of the Major League Baseball season, huge college football Saturday, NFL that went into about Monday morning with the Packers and Cowboys playing to a tie. Mizzou gets the necessary win over UMass. What would you say is the lead story on a Monday morning?
I don't think you could go wrong leading with any of that.
Okay.
I think it's all fair game. The Mizzou game, a couple days old now, so that's probably not the lead.
Pushing that back. UMass, they did not cover, by the way. That was a dangerous cover.
Yeah. And in fact, it was like right to the cover point, wasn't it? 35? Wasn't the
I thought it was off at 43.
43 and a half.
It was a
the
huge.
spread was 43 and
It was a huge
Oh, they didn't come
number.
close.
No.
I got to be honest, it doesn't really matter. But I want to ask Gabe, they didn't kick any field goals. We kind of wanted them to trot that kid out there.
And they had a chance. You see that?
Kick some.
Late third quarter, they had a chance for about a 52-yarder, and they punted. And what was to be gained by that?
I gotta be honest, I was half watch. There was so much on,
Which is fine.
There was a half watch.
I wouldn't blame Mizzou players on the sideline if they had the Bama game on their phone.
Yeah, honestly, the Mizzou game against UMass, it's like win, get healthy in the bye week, and let's not make too much.
But that is one thing I wanted to see.
No,
Just
I agree.
Work on your kicking game.
I agree.
Use
They
it
had
as
the perfect
practice.
chance.
I think 52 is a little long to send him out
Well,
there.
you got to know.
That's his
We got to
career.
find out.
That was his career long in high school. Was 52.
So is Mizzou the only major college team in the country that can't kick a 50-yard field goal?
No, did you see Alabama try to kick one on Saturday?
No.
One of the worst. It's a mega
Oh,
shank.
I did a shank complete to the
Mega
left.
shank, yeah.
Yeah, well, you're going to shank some, but the season could come down to a kick like that. You got to know what you have. If he's 10 yards short, then you know this is not your guy.
Right.
And if he gets it up there, well, then maybe we don't worry so much.
And who do you bring out? Is it the mysterious Oliver Robbins who doesn't have a picture in the media guide? Yet he's been
that
here.
hurts. Man, I thought that was
Or
a perfect.
Bobby Boots.
What did they gain by punting there? What did you learn about your team with the punt?
I thought Zollers would play more too. I guess it doesn't matter. Who cares? It was UMass. Anyway, Papers. What's the lead story? To me, last night, one thing jumped out, and it was Bad Bunny being announced as the halftime guest because I said to myself immediately, Doug's going to have a field day. And what just happened 5 minutes ago before the show, 10 minutes ago, whatever it was?
I went to check out Bad Bunny, and here's his picture in a nice white dress. Wonderful.
Doug finds a picture of Bad Bunny in apparently
White
like
dress.
a wedding dress,
Very
kind of the
cute,
Ricky
yeah.
Williams deal.
God bless it.
He's a Puerto Rican rapper, Doug.
Okay.
But isn't
He
there a
wears
wrestler
dresses?
name? Isn't there a wrestler named Bad Bunny?
Bad Bunny is the wrestler named Bad Bunny.
Okay.
He's done some appearances in the WWE.
What are they doing that's so bad?
That's a good question.
What is he?
Why the name Bad Bunny? What are they doing?
I don't know where that comes from. He's a good entertainer, though, Doug. I think
Oh,
you
he
should give his
must be.
music a chance.
Well,
Titi me preguntó.
yeah, men in dresses don't do a lot for me.
Put
Sorry.
that off. Will we be sampling Bad Bunny on the show, Jackson? Is that going to be a music
No,
theme?
we can come back with, at one point to
Is
that.
it
Okay.
in Spanish? Is it?
Yeah.
Will he be performing in Spanish?
I mean, most of, if not all of his songs are in
Okay,
Spanish.
I did not know that.
Doug, quick crowdsourcing. The name comes from a childhood photo of him in a bunny costume where he looked unhappy or grumpy.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's a good reason to be Bad Bunny then. I
He's
guess.
great.
And he'll do the whole show in Spanish? Because we are a Spanish-speaking
Can you
country,
hit
of
the
course.
SAP button while he's singing? Will that convert it for you?
Well, the song Chairman just mentioned, Titi me pregunta, that's all in Spanish. And I was under the impression most of his music is in Spanish.
Yeah.
It's reggaeton, not rap, Marty Killjoy. I stand correct.
Reggaeton?
If you look up his bio, it does say Puerto Rican rapper. But
Okay.
the lead should probably be more sod talk. Which I kind of
Yeah, I got good sod there, I'll tell you that.
Martin, the checkerboard is Ralston Purina's logo. Come on, Martin. Okay. I know Ralston Purina had the checkerboard. I'm just
Yeah.
saying it's on the side of the Valley Park silo.
Yeah. Elevator.
Yeah. Cardinals got swept.
Show, huh?
Nobody cares.
Well, that
Season's over.
Season over might be the lead, actually.
Maybe a season vetting, a review.
Yeah.
You have the Heimblum presser tomorrow at Jackson. Will we carry that on 101 ESPN?
That's the goal.
Okay. The goal. That's the goal.
And that's at 10, right?
10 a.m. tomorrow, Heimblum. The Bloom era officially begins, but he was conducting Cardinal business all weekend. He met with Wilson Contreras on Friday at Wrigley, and Contreras doubled down. He wants to stay. Well, we can't get this guy. He loves St. Louis. We're going to put him in charge of the Tourism Bureau.
Yeah. You have to wonder why. I mean, you're playing in front of an empty stadium now and a team that doesn't have much of a chance.
Said he wants to be here to help the young
Why?
guys. I wish he would just say, I really don't feel like moving.
Well, I wish someone would help the young guys.
You didn't like that Sunday lineup, did you?
Whew, that may be as weak a lineup as I've seen the Cardinals put out in maybe my entire fandom going back 60 some odd years.
Which part? Fermin leading off or JC cleaning up?
Well, kind of the whole bit.
Jimmy
And I
Crooks?
look here at
the whole bit.
the end of the year, some of the end of the year batting averages. I at the risk of sounding like Mike Francesa reading off a bunch of numbers.
Yeah. 1, 2,
We've got
3, 4.
Victor Scott hit 216, Walker 215, Gorman 205, Church $1.79, Jimmy Crooks hit $1.33, Garrett Hampson 103. I mean, this is, and even some of the regulars are like in the 230s with limited power. I know a lot of people don't get hung up on batting average anymore. But what are you going to get hung up on? If you don't have a lot of power and you're not hitting for average and you're striking out a lot, what is there to get very excited about? I think this was a disastrous season for the Cardinals. I think this was just an
There's a
absolute
take. I like
disaster.
that. Because you wanted to establish who your players were moving forward.
Uh-huh.
And I think, if anything, you figured out who's not a keeper.
Yeah. I think you got Herrera and McGreevy. You got to say, okay, these are two good players that should be around for a while that can put up some good numbers. But beyond that, what did you learn? I think you learn you got to start all over. And you're still paying guys huge money that you don't even want on your team. And you lost a fan base. I mean, how bad a season can you have? The record is not a disaster. 6 games under 500, and nobody wants to see that. Disappointing. Not an absolute disaster. But just the overall big picture, and this was supposed to be a runway-type season where we learn about some things and develop some players. Who'd you develop? Who got developed? I guess Herrera and McGreevy is the answer to that. You got a couple guys in the bullpen who look pretty good. So maybe you found 4 or 5 guys that you think you can build around, and other than that, it's the same old, same old.
The season was a disaster. I like that. 78-84 final record, 4th in the division. What's wild is that 3 teams from the National League Central actually made the postseason.
Yeah, the
3
Reds got
teams
in.
from your division made it, but you didn't get in. The Brewers had the most wins in all of baseball. Franchise record. with 97. Padres Cubs. I know it's the wild card. It's a bastardized system, but I'm looking forward to a little Padres Cubs. NL wild card. Reds Dodgers. The ultimate David and Goliath. The little engine that could. Taking on the mighty Dodgers. Red Sox Yankees. Best of 3 on the American League. And Detroit and Cleveland just keeps playing each other. They just keep playing each other.
Like it.
On the other side of things. And then Derek Gould with a quote from Nolan Arenado on Sunday at Wrigley Field. And this was a week ago when we talked to him. And the question was, do you have to be a little less, I don't know, maybe be a little more flexible in the idea of getting traded? I think he is now resigned to the fact he'll do anything to leave. He's the opposite of Contreras. From Derek Gould, Nolan Arenado said, I understand I can't nitpick quite as much. I don't think it's fair for me to go, hey, I'm only going to this championship caliber team. I don't think I can do that. Who's to say the team wants me? It's a two-way street. There's somebody who is resigned to the fact it's time to go, but the options may be limited.
Reds beat out the Mets for that last wild card. The Cardinals were right there with the Reds about a week ago, weren't they? I mean, they were neck and neck with the Reds for much of the last month of the season.
And they got in there by losing on Sunday. They just packed their way right in.
Yep.
The Mets lost to the Marlins, and then the Mets broadcast,
I saw that.
which is a great. They got mad because the Marlins went out and were taking team pictures.
He said it was their World Series.
Gary Cohn said this is their World Series, apparently. The Mets folded up like a cheap tent. But the Mets' playoff chances on September 1st, 94.5. Playoff chances September 1st, 94.5. The Reds, what do you think the Reds' playoff chances were, Doug, on September 1st?
About 15%.
4.3.
Oh,
I got to say, if you look at September 1st, if you go back, I'm going to guess that the Cardinals' playoff chances were probably similar to the Reds in that moment.
probably so.
Right around 4.3.
And the Reds just kept plugging away, and the Cardinals, it feels like they pulled the plug too early for me. And maybe they're just not very good, and what looked like pulling the plug is just a team that's not very talented.
Yeah, I think maybe they were being realistic. Final numbers, your leading hitter was Alec Burleson. He had 290. And, Doug, that'll get you 6th best in the National League. It really has changed, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Donovan hit 287-ish, and he's in the top 10 in hitters at 287. But if you think about Contreras leading 20 homers, and he's missed time, they only had one player with 20. You got guys hitting 40, 50, 60 around the game. And your leading home run guy is 20.
20.
How pissed, though, do you think Alan Craig is?
Well, that's a great question. That is a great question.
He probably doesn't care a lot at this point, imagine. I don't think he looks at these numbers and gets upset.
Do you care?
Well, I care, but I don't think Alan Craig probably cares that much. In fact, he works with another team, right? Padres?
Padres.
Yeah.
They're in the playoffs.
So he probably cares. He's probably happy.
Enough Cardinal talk. Who do you all have as the MVP? Rally or Judge? My vote is for Cal, doing things no catcher has ever done. That's from the 636.
I would say that, too. Yeah, I'd go for Cal Raleigh.
Anytime you get into like MVP conversation, you have a situation like this. People have fatigue over the one guy like Aaron Judge. You have the new guy, Cal Raleigh. It's the easy answer. But sometimes the voting populace doesn't feel the same way.
But if you're playing a position like catcher, that's a defensive first position for most clubs. I mean, that's really what he did was a historic achievement.
I agree.
Herrera's a designated hitter. I don't think that counts as developing anyone. He plays one dimension of the game. Now, he did say this offseason he's going to focus on becoming a catcher.
Yeah. But he had a pretty good year. He had 284, 19 homers. That's a good year.
They're saying because he's a designated hitter, that doesn't count as a developing player, but I think he's established himself.
Oh, yeah. Well, but a DH
For
plays.
sure.
A DH plays just like everybody else, bats. And defensively, you didn't make him much of a decision about him, but offensively, I think he fits.
Totally agree with Doug. This was their worst season since pre-McGuire. Bloom has his work cut out for him. That's from Eric in the Central West End. We'll see what the message is from Chaim Bloom. He's had a long time now to kind of vet the whole organization, minor leagues, and I know they had success at the AA level, but does he sit up there and say, folks, it's going to be a couple of years? And we've always said Cardinal fans need some honesty, but I don't know that that's going to go over too well.
No, they don't want to hear that.
Does any GM say that?
Jeff Luhnow, when he took over the Astros, said this is going to take 5 years. And I thought that's genius because you give yourself this 3 years in. Well, he told us
under promise, over deliver. Yeah.
I wish Chaim would just say, we're going to tank and bear with us.
This was about the first year the Astros haven't been in the playoffs since Luno got there.
Right.
Been a long time for them.
Yeah. I also think the Mariners winning the West there helps Cal Raleigh's case,
Back to the MVP talk.
If he
Burkett's on board.
Well, yeah, if he had done what he done and the Mariners, were 2 games below 500, it might not be as. But the fact that they're a 90-win team really helps them.
Manute Bowl eligible, pointing out the Brewers just DFA'd Fetty, so now we can get him back without actually making a trade.
That'd be nice.
There's your positive card.
Season 25-26.
Helsley might be available, too, for what he did for the Mets.
Yeah. The reload.
Looking forward to the Padres Chubs. What? I am. Looking forward to these little wild card matchups.
I've checked out.
Well,
Morning, guys. Have a good day. And congratulations to experienced managers like Terry Francona and Craig Counsell. LMAO. That's from Lisa, who is not an Oli Marmol fan as far as, I don't think it's personal, but as far as being the Cardinal manager. And that's not been confirmed, and I was poking around a little bit. I think they're going to let Heim make an official announcement Tuesday. He's now in charge, because if he was going to make a change, it would be his call, largely, because the DeWitts would weigh in. Marmol would be going into the final year of his contract. But if you're Heim Bloom, are you looking to start fresh, or do you say, hey, man, I've worked with this guy? Every interview Oli talks about is next year. Here's what we're doing for next year. I think the team has largely announced it without announcing it, that he'll be the guy next year. And then you got the lockout. The lockout looms. Just hang around for the lockout.
So good times ahead.
Doug's absolutely right. That's from Grandma Johan. Guys, go back to your preseason predictions and see where things landed. Did we do win totals in Predictionary?
No.
Why not? Is that hackneyed?
No, it's not hackneyed. We just didn't do it. Anything out there? I'm not seeing much.
I think we did
there.
Leading hitter.
Yeah, we can go through that. Let's wait for Tim, because he's got a lot of answers on that one, too.
Caller Ellen says, at this moment, Wilson Contreras is the only halfway interesting player on the team. I hope he stays. He is fun to have around.
He's got a personality.
Yes, gets a little fiery, which I'm surprised they haven't told him to stay in line, that we don't do that here. I enjoy talking to him.
Well, usually the mood of a team is set by the veteran star players. And if your veterans are kind of quiet guys who don't say a lot, I imagine the younger players feel like that's how they ought to behave too. So maybe that's a big influence.
No way, you guys are seriously talking about the Cardinals. That's from Tex Tinbox the Bear. And I agree, we just sort of happened into that. A lot of people said the free zoo is why Wilson Contreras wants to stay.
Could be.
Oh, but
Top reasons Contreras and his family don't want to move. If you want to text in at 399-9646.
you can even get free parking if you go around the back.
Yeah, street parking.
Street, yeah. Sometimes it's easy to find one, and other times you're way up there by the art museum.
Yeah, you're going to be walking either way.
Leahy looked good as a starter. 3 shutout innings yesterday. I said multiple times, why don't we get Palante out of the rotation? Because all he does, Doug, is go out there and lose. Not always his fault, but largely yes. I think he was 2-12 on a 14-start stretch, but we couldn't possibly go to Leahy. Couldn't possibly do a bullpen start until the final game.
And then they take him out after 3 innings.
We have Ryder Cup, bad behavior. Rory McIlroy not pleased with the American crowds. It really, as much as the golf, I feel like the crowds became a huge part of the conversation. U.S. loses again. That Ryder Cup's going back. Doug, you like to say across the pond.
I never say
across the pond. Ryder Cup talk, college football, huge monster weekend. What does it mean for Mizzou? Oh, and College Game Day. We kept thinking, will they come to Mizzou? I'm going to say now at this point, no.
Unlikely.
Based on their choice for next Saturday. We'll get into all that. It's the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen.
Bad Billy.
So they could be playing this Bad Billy on the undercard at the Super Bowl.
I think if Bad Bunny drops out,
Bad Billy's in contention.
I think you just roll right into Gilman.
Are they playing this in State College? Are they playing this in Athens? A lot of heartache.
What a weekend of college football.
College
boy,
football.
howdy.
So good. It didn't disappoint. You knew once that Virginia-Florida State game happened Friday that we were going to be in for an awesome weekend.
Did you pick Virginia in that one?
I didn't touch it. I definitely didn't touch it.
All I could think of is that would have cost Mizzou $500,000 for the fans running on the field.
I think it only cost UVA $50.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, ACC is different.
AC just doesn't care.
That was a top-notch field rush.
It's a little scary.
They were ready. The second it was over.
Absolutely.
A little scary.
Kind of felt for that Florida State wide receiver.
Yeah, I think the Virginia DB actually, in a kind of heroic effort, it appeared that he dove on top of him to protect him because it's like they have that hill where the students stand on, so it literally funnels all down onto the field.
Were you watching the game?
Yeah.
Because I heard that the TV network went to the ACC booth when they were reviewing some touchdown call that you could hear the conversation. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah. They got a lot of praise for that. They were lauded for having the audio of the video review center and the ref talking, which was cool.
I like the white suits on College Game Day. They were all wearing white.
They looked like they were preaching or something.
Yes, evangelical.
Scott Van Pelt called them the righteous gemstones.
By the way, Game Day is going to Tuscaloosa this week because Alabama's taking on Vandy. Bama coming off the big win against Georgia. And now Vandy, that's the revenge game from last year, the terrible loss in Nashville. However, if you're a Mizzou fan, oh gosh, Bama, Mizzou, we gotta have Game Day. I doubt they would go Bama back to back. So that would eliminate
I would be
that.
surprised.
So Kirby Smart 1-7 now against Alabama. As good as Georgia's been, this is going to trigger Al in Dadeville, but Georgia with Kirby Smart 1-7 against Alabama. And I think if you're a Mizzou fan, you want Bama coming to town, riding high. I think we sort of discussed this with Gabe 100%. On Friday because he said, though, when you get into the bigger picture with playoffs, you kind of start wanting teams to lose along the way.
Right.
Because that benefits you.
Right. And Alabama was kind of fighting it, too, because Florida State loses to Virginia on Friday night, and obviously Bama loses at Florida State to start the season. And so you're already like, wow, your one loss doesn't look as good as it once did. Florida State was going to be sick. But then they came out, and they proved it on the gridiron, Martin.
Well, the audio that Papers has, look at this, just a wealth of fun with audio. Here's Kirby Smart, the Georgia coach, about that 1-7 mark against the Tide.
You're 1-7 against Alabama. Now, do you worry that maybe when you face Alabama, you're scheduled to play them again next year, that maybe starts to linger with this program?
I mean, what's everybody else's record against them? You got it? I don't either. Like, I don't lose sleep over that because those games have been like championship caliber games, right? And even when we play in the regular season, they've been. I just saw 25 scouts out there. They're all there to watch these teams play. So that's not going to affect me. Like I'm going to be happy and just go lucky if our team comes back and plays well. That's what I worry about. But that's just we got to get better. And next year it won't have anything to do with this year. Thank you guys.
No, he'd had enough at that point.
Hopefully that wasn't the first question. Since he's out.
No.
Checked out.
But Bama played great. I mean, from the get-go, they scored that opening touchdown, despite Ryan Williams dropping a fly ball in center field. And from there on, they set the tone early. That's what you got to do on a road game, especially in the SEC. If you can set the tone early with your first drive and score, that completely changes. It kind of neutralizes the home field advantage, at least for a little bit.
When you watch those teams play, do you get the sense Mizzou could handle either one of them? Or at least keep it close?
I think it's more likely this year than it's ever been.
I think with the rushing attack that Missouri has, the two-headed monster they have in the offensive line, combined with what I think Prabula can do, I think, and the front seven on defense, that they should be competitive in every game. The problem is the secondary could be a real issue. Like we saw how open Ryan Williams was in that first play. Imagine that in 2 weeks if Missouri secondary looked like they looked against Kansas, looked against South Carolina, and even against UMass at points.
And Ty Simpson has been playing unbelievably.
Yeah.
He even looked good in the Florida State loss, but he's been great ever since. So I could see him giving the Mizzou secondary some fits.
And isn't Kirby Smart's 1-7 against Bama lessened by the fact they've won championships?
Yes.
I mean, he's got national championships. Now, the guy at Penn State, Big Game James, There's nothing. So if you had this terrible record against top 10 teams, which he does, he's now 4-21 at Penn State. When the Nittany Lions play a top 10 opponent, but they don't have any championships. So like Kirby Smart again, like, hey, I wish we'd beat Bama, but we've done a lot of winning.
Yeah, Kirby Smart is in a lot better standing, I believe, with his fan base than James Franklin is right now with Penn State.
Oregon goes to State, Doug. They call it State College.
Yeah, they do.
Middle of nowhere, apparently.
Yeah.
Always been well known that it's hard to get there. And here's Big Game James on his terrible record against top 10 teams.
I get that narrative, and it's really not a narrative. It's factual. It's the facts. I get it, but I try to look at the entire picture and what we've been able to do here. But at the end of the day, we got to find a way to win those games. I totally get it, and I take ownership and I take responsibility. At the end of the day, I wanted that for those kids in that locker room. I wanted that for those kids in that locker room, how hard they work, how much they sacrifice, and we had our opportunities. But yeah, I take responsibility.
Guys, I'd be confident if I was a Mizzou fan that Hardy could run the ball on Bama. I've never seen UGA run the ball like that on Bama in my life. That's Allen Dadeville. So Mizzou fans, there's some encouraging thoughts.
I think Georgia ran for over 200 yards on him.
He said, I've never seen Georgia run the ball like that on Bama in my life. And by the way, Allen Dadeville said the 1-7 is a natty. The one win.
Yeah, right.
Against
Exactly.
Bama.
Yeah.
And you would take that. But Penn State losing to Oregon.
And that's the thing about Penn State is it went to double overtime. I watched the whole game. Oregon was outplaying them left and right. I mean, Penn State was in the game. They made the comeback, obviously down 17-3, but Oregon was just dominating that game. I thought if Penn State was somehow to win that, like if they scored on that last possession and got the 2-point conversion, what a steal of a win that would have been. So it was kind of, I thought, ended the right way.
There was a lot of big games. I would say Ole Miss, LSU, not a big game, but an important game. Right?
I mean, it was the number 3 team in the country going to 13.
I know, but because of the Bama, Georgia, because of the Penn State, Oregon, it didn't get top billing. But Doug mentioned this earlier about when you rush the field, you get slapped with the big fine. Mizzou's fine is apparently $500,000. Lane Kiffin, the Ole Miss coach, was asked about the money that they didn't have to spend. They didn't rush the field.
Oh. Yeah, Lane, you kind of touched on it in your opening about the crowd not storming and what that means for maybe where this program is. But purely from the money side, I'm curious with what $500,000 buys you in the portal these days. Like, is that a conversation you have to have about the money side and how important it is?
Gets you half of one of their DBs. Just even since you're asking. But I just think it says a lot of where we're at, We lost down there, and LSU stormed the field last year against Ole Miss. And that doesn't seem like that's supposed to happen. And then here we beat them here, and we don't storm the field. So good spot to be in.
I love it. I love him.
It's an honest. I know he's a little cocky,
right?
Little, but that's an honest answer. Why did LSU storm the field when you beat Ole Miss?
It seems like an awfully big fine. I mean, it's all part of the fun of college football, isn't it? To see the college kids get so excited that they win, that they celebrate that way. I know it can be dangerous.
I think they're terrified of something terrible happening.
Someone could easily get trampled.
I'm really hurt.
The Virginia one looked to be the scariest I've seen in a while.
That's it. And then anytime you're having fans, usually who've had something to drink, around players who are in full pads and maybe going up. We saw it happen to
bench press Buicks.
Tommy Castellanos with Florida State, who got a nice middle finger right in his face after the game. Like, you catch someone at their weakest moment, emotionally vulnerable like that, and they do something dumb, and now they're going to be called the ogre and evil when some kid rushed onto the field screaming F you, F you, F you. Like, it's just, there's so many issues that could come from it. I get what you're saying. I think it's a great part of the game, but it's also very dangerous.
Didn't we have a Nebraska player? Didn't he clothesline a Mizzou kid? Remember that?
And it's and there's times where it's totally warranted.
For
someone screams at you F you, something you would never say, and then it's like I'm 6'5", 280 pounds, and you're going to start talking crap? Like,
I think instead of saying there'll be a fine, they should just announce, if you enter the field, you could get your ass kicked.
Yeah, right.
Like, these guys bench press all week.
Yeah.
They play a violent physical game, and you're going to run down there and taunt them because you got hammered.
Maybe even hand out tasers to the guys on the losing team.
To defend themselves. Well, if Mizzou beats Alabama, what do the students do? They'll probably think, hey, it's whether they beat Vandy, Alabama, this week or not. Don't you think Mizzou kids are thinking, oh my gosh, it's Bama?
Yeah, they might. They might.
That's going to be a tough one if you get that win,
right,
to tell them no.
Right. But, I think
to kick up
if it would be
$500,000.
It would be like when Dennis Gates told him not to rush. It would be like he'd take the mic, Drink would take the mic.
But when would you take the mic?
Well, if you're like,
it's
let's say
fourth and goal on the one.
No, yeah, definitely
Bama's
not.
got to score to win the game. They're down 5.
If you're able to take a knee, they would say on the PA,
call timeout with 20 seconds left.
I mean, I've been to a game. I went to the South Carolina game. They put on the big board, and then make multiple reminders to not rush the field throughout the game.
Did they say, hey, it's only South Carolina?
But
don't rush the
field. It just seems like a blanket thing that they do just because who wants to lose $500,000? And it goes to the other team.
The other team gets the money?
I didn't know that.
I thought that was the case.
You could be right. I did not
thought
know
that was the case.
Well, then the other team might send their own kids to rush the field.
They bring some plants.
Yeah.
Who's with me? Come on. He's got a Mizzou face paint, but he's also
I could be
Bama
totally wrong
gear.
with that. I thought that
you're
was
right. It goes directly to the opposing institution.
right.
Okay.
So you're essentially giving them half a DB, as Lane Kiffin says.
So a DB gets $1 million.
Yeah, right.
At least you just put it right there on the table. And then there's ILL, got it done.
I think one of the biggest wins of the weekend.
Because they had to beat USC after getting demolished by Indiana if you want to stay in the conversation at all. And you notice it didn't do much with the voters because they went up one spot.
Sure.
It was like a necessary, even though USC is a great brand, you had to win that game. And then they almost blew it. Controversial goal line fumble, but then you get the field goal. You're able to walk it off against USC. Here's Coach Bielema, a friend of the show.
So last Sunday, I think that game Saturday was just so out of sorts that, I was reading the stat line and all that stuff, and I made a big deal. I let everybody kind of, Sunday have a moment, and I kind of let things happen on Sunday. I knew the one thing I could control. There's a million things I couldn't control this week. The one thing I could control is my mouth and my response and the things that I do. And we teach that every day in our program, right? Like, you can't control anybody else, but you can control you. What's your response going to be? And I knew they were going to make keys to victory on the last week. We went through and we didn't have success, and they had keys for this week. But I said on Monday, after all that stuff was taken care of, this program wants to be a winning football team, right? Championship level team. And I told these guys last night, like, there's two things you can't buy in this world. You can't buy time. Nobody can buy yesterday or look ahead to tomorrow, no matter how much money you have, and you can't buy a reputation, right? And all of us have a reputation. Dave, if we come on this campus, we're together, but all of us have a reputation we're going to carry beyond we're here. And you want to have a great reputation about how you fight, and that was a good answer today.
If I could, a minute on...
You need an aside.
I would like
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Papers aside.
For what happened last week to Illinois, to lose 63-10, granted on the road, against a really good Indiana team, where you get Boxware doesn't tell this whole story, but they lost a ton of defensive backs, safeties, corners, lost a ton there. We're basically getting beat by a slant route the entire game. To come back after that, to play another top 25 team, now at your place, and to bounce back like they did, is a huge testament to the entire coaching staff, but Brett Bielema deserves, obviously, a ton of credit there. On that last drive where they needed to get into field goal range to kick a field goal to win the game after fumbling at the goal line where you would have sealed the game, for those offensive linemen to move guys around on a really good USC front seven and get the ball into field goal range with their running back is a huge, huge credit to the coaching staff and how much those players believe in the words that they tell them. Like, it was so impressive how that offensive line moved on that last possession when they're so tired, got them into field goal range, and for the kid from Naperville to nail the kick, that was awesome. That's what we love about college football is as soon as they write you off, that's when you have your opportunity to get right back in. You saw with Alabama. They were written off in August. They go to Georgia and win. Brett Bielema does something similar when he comes back after losing 63-10 and winning that game against USC. Huge W.
Yeah, there you go, Jackson.
No, you're right.
They had to have it, and then they almost blew it. and that would have just been a disaster. But now in college football, you can lose a game. Now that one for Illinois is going to be a little harder to like.
Yeah, it's going to look. It's going to
look so bad.
It's going to look ugly.
Just keep winning. Now their Ohio State game has more meaning. Although Purdue always trips up the Illini, so watch out.
But Illinois is a good football team, man. I thought that even after the Indiana loss, I was like, that's a really good football team. That just is like, as Bielema said it, he's like, I've never been a part of anything like that. They just kept losing guys, and as soon as another guy would leave the field, the Indiana would score another touchdown. But that's how you come back and win. That's how you do it. Some teams would give up after that.
Oh, apparently USC gave up because they had the game won. They had the game won. They got an undefeated season going, and they let Illinois go right down the field on them and kick a field goal to win.
Those offensive linemen, the big uglies, are moving the hell out of those guys. But USC, in fairness, they punched the ball out at the end there, or else they would have been done with 3-4 minutes to go in the game.
People have the same delusions with Mizzou they do with the Cardinals. Neither are good, no matter how you want to twist the narrative. They beat a team that hasn't won this year. That's not a milestone to start building your playoff resume for.
And not a soul has said so. So I
think for Mizzou, it's all still to be determined.
Yeah. That was a terrible text. No one is saying that they're building off this UMass win to go.
And I don't think Mizzou's current status is comparable to the Cardinals' current status.
No.
In terms of potential.
The sport is way different.
Mizzou had an extremely easy schedule so far, and it's really tough the rest of the way.
Yeah.
You know what we'll do, Doug? We'll see what happens.
It'll be interesting to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, there you go. Mm-hmm. Kansas got beat by Cincinnati. Come on, man.
They sure did.
Yeah, so far the Mizzou schedule looks like it was planned by their parents, by the players' parents. We need some wins here. But the rest of the way, they got to play, 5 teams that are ranked? 6?
Yeah. Bama at home.
Bama, Vanderbilt, Texas A&M,
Mississippi
Oklahoma.
State's pretty good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They gave, that Tennessee Mississippi State game was outstanding, too.
What if the kids just casually walk onto the field instead of swarming it?
That's kind of what Clemson does.
Just single file line.
One at a time.
It's kind of what Clemson does. No matter win or loss, the Clemson students go out and it's called meet at the paw. And they
meet at the paw.
And it's like, so it always looks bad because they could lose a game and then technically rush the field.
They could probably pull that off at one of the military academies where the players the fans would march in perfect order down on the field and the players could run through the maze.
10 by 10, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Tim should get the money if the fans rush the field. That's from Eric in the Central West End.
Not a bad idea.
I know Jackson's going to pop that top and let out a rebel yell when Mizzou beats Bama. Are you going to the game?
No, I might. I'm going to try, but I've looked at ticket prices, and understandably, they are quite high.
Like how much?
I was seeing you get in about $200. Yeah. And it probably will go up considering that Alabama won, so more of their fans are going to want to come. Missouri's 5-0 going into the bye week, so there's probably going to be even more. I bet those tickets are going to be really, really expensive. It's Alabama, it's like playing the Yankees.
Did you have a mild cardio infarction when it looked like Hardy got hurt early in the game? He's limping off like, oh, no, we got hurt in a Massachusetts game.
Maybe this is me being ignorant, but anytime I see a contact injury, like someone getting hit on the leg or something, I'm a lot less nervous than if someone puts weight on it and then some pops like a non-contact
Sam Horn
injury.
Got hit on the leg.
I know, so he would be the exception. That's why at the beginning I was like, maybe it isn't that bad because he just got hit. And there's certainly cases where it can be bad, and I'm clearly wrong in some cases.
I was thinking that's it. He doesn't play anymore today. Got another week before Alabama. 2 weeks.
After he limped off, I was like, all right, he's done for the day. But he was limping off under his own power, and it was a contact injury. So if it was a non-contact injury, then that's like, oh my God, he popped his Achilles or something. But contact injury, you're like, maybe just got the wind knocked out.
I thought it was going to be more of a backup game. I thought we were going to see more.
Well, I think it probably would have been had UMass was a pick or a fumble where they took it halfway back.
Pick.
Yeah. So the fact, and Missouri had some struggle. It's a really tough game to get up for in the midst of South Carolina last week, bye week ahead with Alabama after. That's a tough game to really get fired up for, especially a night game against UMass. This is tough.
I thought you liked night games.
I do. And then when I say tough, I'm not saying it's tough for Mizzou to do that. Obviously not. They still whoop that ass. But it's not a game where you're going to be looking to go that extra mile. You can beat them kind of going 75%.
Even Gabe's post-game show didn't quite have the same feel to it. You could even
they were all distracted by that.
Gabe said it. He was like, "This is going to be it's UMass in week 6. What are you going to do?"
I could see KG leading a bunch of 19 and 20-year-olds onto the field like he's David Koresh.
I'm not against that if they beat the Tide.
Yeah, listen.
That interception that Prabula threw, that's really like the only really horrible play he's made all year. He said, "Oh my God, where
3 weeks in a row."
South Carolina pick was dumb. Although I didn't like the play call at all.
But this one was really bad. He just didn't see the guy at all.
That was kind of South Carolina. He threw into double coverage kind of accidentally. That would be the one thing with Prabula is like some kind of boneheaded picks. Like not bonehead, that's a little strong, but like silly picks.
Yeah.
As of right now.
He's got to throw the ball away, be a little more comfortable just throwing the ball away.
But overall, his decision-making has been really, really good.
Oh, yeah, he's been terrific.
Yeah.
It seemed like they were trying to get Kevin Coleman a little more involved after he wasn't
catches
against South Carolina.
Sure, he's really good. And that's a guy you want having the ball in his hands as much as possible.
Doug, how about those Mizzou uniforms? That's from Moses.
Yeah, not
no,
good.
sir. No. It's like the helmets were designed by someone from Kansas.
Yeah, not good.
How about a yellow helmet with a Mizzou script? No. Black block M helmet every week, and I'll be happy.
And that yellow is real yellow, isn't it?
Yeah, extremely.
That was colors. Black and gold.
It's a good uniform to burn against UMass. You know, you throw that one out there.
Is that why they did that?
Or burn it before UMass and wear something else.
Throw that one out against UMass and then look better against the big boys.
Have we determined who exactly decides is it Drinkwitz? Does he decide?
I always heard that
senior captain.
The captains had a lot of say in what they were going to be wearing.
That's wrong. The captains aren't in charge of the program.
Do you think would you like to take that title?
Sure, I'll pick the uniforms.
Uniforms are.
I just wonder, is it the AD, the head coach?
Yeah,
Who actually makes the final call there?
I think it's the head coach and the senior captains, or some of the captains. Yeah.
You can't let the player. The players.
Don't you think the guys that are actually going out there and playing should have a little say in it?
No.
No, that was Francesa esque.
Do you want a Cardinal player to come up from the minor league saying, "Hey, I don't like this bird's on the bat. I want to wear something else"?
If they're down with the Navy caps, then yeah, I say give it to them.
No, players don't get to decide what they wear. That's the head coach or the AD or somebody well above the player level.
Reality about to hit mighty Mizzou real hard. Their schedule has been the weakest in college football history. Fact.
Not true.
That's from a bad coach.
Not true. Not true at all.
Texters crack me up. First 30 minutes of the show were dedicated to how bad the Cardinals suck, and Mizzou hasn't really even been touched. For people saying that it's too much Mizzou. Somebody said enough Illini talk. Nobody cares.
What?
It's unbelievable that Mr. Licks is furious because we didn't get into Ryder Cup. Why don't we do Ryder Cup?
There's a lot to get to.
The dossier is loaded. Topics, audio, papers has loaded it up. Guys, they look like egg McMuffins regarding that. That's from Scuba Linneman.
It wasn't good. I don't know how anyone could put that together and say, yeah, let's wear that.
Mizzou has the 14th hardest schedule in the nation.
The rest of the way or the whole year?
Whole year.
It certainly hadn't been so far. It's kind of been one of the softest of any of the Power Four.
In SOR, they're 14, FPI 17. Yes. I would say the beginning half has been quite favorable, but...
well, nobody knows favorable more than Mark Milton.
Bingo, ILL.
Yes, he was thrilled with the ILL win, and he'd be thrilled to help you out of any kind of problem you might have with the IRS. Maybe you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. Now we're getting into very serious stuff, and that's why you need Mark Milton on your team. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. He earned his accounting degree from Illinois, #1 accounting program in the country, got his law degree from St. Louis U, and now he lives and works right here in the St. Louis area. Started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. And now Mark helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. If you have any kind of IRS issue, if you're battling the godforsaken tax man, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I am not guilty, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Doug, keep your uniform opinions to yourself and to your homeboys. Stick to the sod talk. Guys, can we please talk about the NHRA Nationals this weekend? The drag strip was busy, Doug, over at WWT Raceway.
Oh, was it? Who won? Big Daddy Don Garlett's win?
He did not. Penn State and Texas haven't beaten a P4 team, but okay. That's from Yacine, the boy Puig, saying that basically everybody's pounding on Mizzou. What about some of these others out there?
Right.
Doug, do you really think the head coach gives two bleeps about that uniform combo teams wear? He's got to be worried about coaching the game. That's from Oli. Doesn't know.
It only takes about 10 seconds to decide, we're going to wear the same uniform again. There, done. It's not something that should take hours or days to figure out.
Not only were the uniforms god-awful looking, they didn't even play Mr. Brightside. What up, Mizzou? It was homecoming for crying out loud. So, Doug, nobody's happy about
I know, Mr. Brightside. I did see the stadium was mostly empty in the second half. Fourth quarter, there weren't many people there.
Oh, watching the big games.
We want to be there. Yeah, I mean, there's so much on, so much to do.
I don't think it was because there was other things on TV. I think they were just not interested in the game.
I think that's two of huge games were going on at the same time.
That's for people like us. It's not if you're a college kid. I'm sure that.
Oh, college kid.
Yeah, that whole student section, they was gone. They were rushing home to their TV sets.
No, they're rushing home to do something. It's homecoming. Get to the bars early before it gets too packed.
But if you're going to want these games to be played at night, and then the night game comes and you leave at halftime, there's a problem there.
Right. I wouldn't have scheduled that game at night. Well, they don't get to choose that, though. That's the TV networks choose that.
I think they may have left during the day, too. When you play teams like this.
Yes, agreed.
It's just not very interesting.
Couldn't agree more.
Keep the Mizzou talk going. I love it. How about bishing about sports? I think you guys are doing your best. Now, that doesn't mean we're doing well, but you're doing your best.
That's all you can do.
It could be like a participation trophy.
Well,
I think you guys are doing your best. Not sure exactly what that means. All right, Ryder Cup. Did the Americans take 2 losses? Think about it. It's TMA, the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen. AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website to head to if you're in the market for a new vehicle. Doesn't matter your situation. You can get yourself into a new car with little to no money down. They're going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. That's what they do at Auto Loan Pro. They work with over 50 different lenders. And on that website, we've been telling you about this. You scroll down, you see friend of the show, Robert Thomas. You see it during Blues games, Auto Loan Pro. They've got a free playbook that they put together just for you. It's going to help educate you on how to help get that car of your choice in the future. So you're going to learn about the credit industry, get it back on track while also getting the new vehicle. One website does both, AutoLoanPro.com. Those 50 different lenders means they can get a better rate when they're out there shopping you around. They're going to get you back on track because they know financing that car, the only thing you need to know is to choose the Auto Loan Pro. It's part of the Lita family again. Get online, get that vehicle picked out, and make sure you take advantage of something they put together just for you, the free playbook, right there on the website at AutoLoanPro.com.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update, and that's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. We got Monday Night Football action right here on 101 ESPN this evening with the Broncos taking on the Bengals. Pre-game at 6 p.m. That'll kick off at 7:15 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's got to be Bad Bunny, Doug. It's got to be Bad Bunny.
Must be. Is that the Angry Rabbit, Jackson?
This is Bad Bunny, yep.
Okay.
Super Bowl halftime announced on Sunday Night Football. By the way, Packers, Cowboys, back forth, ended in a 40-40 tie on Sunday night. I was looking it up because I thought overtime, why is overtime not 15 minutes? It's 10.
Right.
And they changed that, they said, out of concerns for player safety.
It's
But in the playoffs, it doesn't matter.
Still light years better than college football's playoff or overtime system.
Bad Bunny announced Super Bowl halftime performer. Doug's on board. You can text in your thoughts, 974-0101, 314-974-0101. That's the Callier and Thompson. Oh, that's the phone line. That's the call-in line. And then the text line, of course, is 399-9646. The Air Comfort Service text line, TMA, the morning after, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, Martin, Doug, Chairman Kurt, and Papers Burkett over there. We also had a golf tournament over the weekend, the Ryder Cup, every 2 years. And the U.S. dug themselves a big old hole on Friday, on Saturday, and then there was a Sunday charge, didn't it?
Real Sunday charge.
Sunday, they won, 8.5 of the 12 points on the line Sunday. So the Europeans, though, still walk away with it. Shane Lowry's putt got the halve that they needed. Well, he was excited.
And Henley had the putt right behind him.
Left it short.
1 foot, maybe 2-3 feet behind Lowry. And yeah, Doug's right. It was center of the cup. He just left it 6 inches short. Lowry gets to see that read. And I was watching it knowing that Shane Lowry was going to make that putt. Because if he misses it, then you got, I think it was 3 or maybe 4 more matches where maybe if they run the table, but Victor Hovland being out gives Europe the half point. I think they still win 15-13. So
the U.S. actually had a shot. They left a few putts short right there towards the end. Scheffler left one short.
Right. But Scheffler,
Morikawa had one more roll away from going in.
Yeah, and as good as the Sunday singles matches were for the U.S., Scheffler was 0-4 going into that, and that's the world number one. That's not U.S.'s number one. That's the world's number one. So when you have that, you're already going to be behind it. And with how good Europe was putting Friday and Saturday, the fact that U.S. was even making it interesting on Sunday was impressive.
Didn't the Sunday results further the narrative, though, that Europe's got a great team and the U.S. has got a bunch of individuals, and then they go out as individuals.
Right, as with the Sunday match.
Right,
yeah.
And so the argument is, hey, it's just not a great team. Some people didn't like the matchups, like who Scheffler was with, all the pairings.
Yeah.
And then they go out on Sunday as individuals, and that's when they shine.
Yeah, there's some golf purists out there who are more into it than me. I love watching the Ryder Cup. It's my favorite event, but similar to how I feel about baseball managers, it's Keegan Bradley can't putt for these guys. He can put out whatever combination he can.
Oh,
but
yeah, you can't put any of it on the
he's already taking all the heat. He said this is on me, this is on no one else is on me. But
why would it be on him?
Couldn't agree more. Going into Sunday, the Europeans were 8 gain strokes putting. That's ridiculous. That's crazy. They were just draining putts. All they were doing was draining putts, and the U.S. wasn't making putts, and that's it. The Ryder Cup is often the putting contest, and Europe was way better making putts.
So if you had to answer the question, did the Europeans play great, or did the Americans play lousy? Going into Sunday, which
Europeans played great.
More so than the U.S. sucked?
I thought so, yeah. But maybe some other people have a different takeaway than I do, but I thought the U.S. played good enough to be competitive, but the Europeans were just putting out of their mind.
So the secret envelope, the way it works, if a player has to withdraw, each captain has an envelope with a name in it that says this is the player who will not get to play because that match is out. It just so happened Harris English was going to play Hovland,
right?
And he was also, if he was matched up against somebody else, he would have been yanked,
right?
Mm-hmm. But the half point is what people are kind of griping about. So you could have somebody say, "Oh, my back," and you get a half point for sure.
Al Chervik style, Rodney Dangerfield and Caddyshack.
I don't think I can go today.
My arm, it's broken.
Does anybody think Hovland did that? I don't think that happened.
No.
But they're saying the system where you automatically get a half point. What if two guys couldn't play? Then then you bank a point right away.
Right.
And Keegan Bradley says it's got to change. And then Luke Donald said, "Hey, it's the way it's been forever. It's part of the arrangement.
It benefited the U.S. in 1991.
And I think he pointed that out
right.
in the post game.
Right.
But the crowds themselves became a big part of the story. I don't know who the comedian was. I guess that was leading the cheer, Kathy McManahan.
Yeah.
And she
got run out.
She was an MC hired, I guess, to do some of the crowd cheerleading.
Yeah, that was Heather McMahon.
And she started the cheers, "F you, Rory," which
How
didn't
could she
sit
think
well.
that's okay?
Well, the crowd was chanting and she kind of joined in, but she was on the microphone, and that's a no-no.
The crowds themselves, and I don't want to just say it's a bunch of New Yorkers. So maybe it's just the Ryder Cup gets people more lathered up. Hey, it's us versus Europe. Maybe part of it is that New York sports fan that likes to get a little rowdy. But there's two things. So I think we'll get to Rory, who was very critical, and he was targeted quite a bit. But then I also want to hear where they tried to get the "We Will Rock You." Remember that? Do you have that audio? Where
yeah.
It was like trying
Hold
to get
on.
in the Scotty Scheffler.
You sent it to me, didn't you?
Did I? Yeah. Well, we'll get to that later. It's hilarious because people were saying it reminded them of the Rams rules. Like it was such a bad attempt. We'll get to that. That's all right, Paige. We'll get to that later.
Well,
It's
I
fine.
think I can pull it.
Oh, okay. But Rory McIlroy, I think his wife was being verbally accosted as well. So he was sort of the...
Somebody threw a beer at her at one point.
And so I think largely even... I listened to a little bit on Sirius XM, and the American announced it, and this is too much. It got carried away, and it was a little too ugly. And even one of the commentators on PGA Radio said maybe Beth Page Black shouldn't have any big events again. I mean, like moving forward.
Well, it shouldn't. Yeah.
Like a U.S.
They
Open.
should lose it
or,
based on that behavior. Do we just not have any decorum at all anymore? Is it just impossible for people to behave themselves? Just in general? It's not just in golf. You see other sports. You see the woman rip the ball out of the kid's hand for the foul ball. Remember the Yankee fans ripping the ball out of Mookie Betts' glove in the World Series? You see shootings everywhere, fights in malls. We've lost it as a country. We have lost it. We just don't know how to behave anymore. And I don't know what the answer is, but there's a lot to be ashamed of for just our behavior in general. And this tournament was a perfect example of that. Just ridiculous behavior. Foul-mouthed, loud, rude. There's nothing good about it. You're not a good fan because you're loud, screaming F-bombs at players. Makes you the opposite. You're a horrible fan.
And especially, granted, the Ryder Cup is a different vibe than your typical golf outing, where it is kind of rah-rah more so, because you're not going nuts over one player. You're rooting for the team, which typically doesn't happen in golf, have the team aspect of it. We'll get to Roy, but this is kind of fun. This is the audio. They were trying really hard, Doug, to get the crowd to play along with this Scotty Scheffler chant.
Okay. Slow down. You guys all took Adderall this morning. Slow down. Here we go. 1, 2, clap. 1, 2, clap. Here come the lyrics. Scotty Scheffler.
They didn't like the lyrics.
And they just kept trying. The guy grabs a mic and says, all right, here we go, guys, here we go. And then the New York fans are just not having it.
It's just,
Do they need to do that?
No,
So that's like
wasn't it already loud enough? And
in Europe, like a lot, especially like England, like soccer teams, these fans have these chants that are very intricate and well done, and it feels like they choreograph them, but it's because they've been doing them for so long. And they kind of do something similar with golf. America, we don't really do all that. Like we might have like a little chant here or there, or a little song, but it's not.
Still at a wave in some stadiums.
But the Europeans are much better at making those like stadium chants. That's kind of what they do. We're better at berating the other team and throwing things at them.
Hey, you guys might be really good at chanting, but we're good at being rude, obnoxious.
Like that's the thing is like it's as the Ryder Cup. You should be like if a guy goes in the bunker, you cheer. That's a thing that happens all the time. There's good-natured, fandom, and then there's following Rory McIlroy around for 14 holes, saying "F you" every time you're in the vicinity,
insane.
and that's bad morale. Like your morals are off if you think that's okay.
And I agree with him that wouldn't you have more fun rooting for your guy as opposed to talking bleep about the other guy?
That's kind of to Doug's point. It's like what people would prefer is to just scream at people they dislike as opposed to root for the people they do like, and that sucks. And sucks.
What's happened to our society just in general that you think that's okay?
Right, and there's a case to be made for like, well, a few bad apples kind of thing, but it was going on everywhere. And then his wife gets hit with a drink, and it's like. There's levels to it.
You think fans in St. Louis would have acted that way?
No.
I don't.
No, I don't.
I don't. I think New York's got a lot to do with it.
I think, and they were talking about like the price to get in was really, really expensive, which you would think would like keep out some of the riffraff, but you never know.
Dino Bravo said, LOL, we deserve to lose. And then Grandma Johan, glad the Europeans shoved it down our throats. So I think a lot of people, maybe not diehard golf fans, are saying, you know what, if we're going to act that way, don't deserve to win.
Maybe they just have to say, no alcohol. We're not selling alcohol. You can't behave. You can't control yourself. You can't handle it. So we're not going to sell you beer.
Doug's a grumpy old bastard, but he's a correct grumpy old bastard. That's from Arbor Day.
Well, if you can accept that kind of behavior, then we're just different people.
I think he's agreeing with you.
We're not the same.
Right. He's agreeing with you. All right, here's Rory McIlroy after the Team Europe Ryder Cup win.
All right.
This is a dramatic pause because here is.
It's going to really be good.
Let's go out to Rory McIlroy.
I don't think we should ever accept that in golf. I think golf should be held to a higher standard than what was seen out there this week. Golf has the ability to unite people. Golf teaches you very good life lessons. It teaches you etiquette. It teaches you how to play by the rules. It teaches you how to respect people. And sometimes this week we didn't see that. So no, this should not be what is acceptable in the Ryder Cup. But, we will be making sure to say to our fans in Ireland in 2027 that what happened here this week is not acceptable. And it's, for me, it's, come and support your home team. Come and support your team. I think if I was an American, I would be annoyed that I didn't hear a lot of shouts for Scotty today, but I heard a lot of shouts against me. And it's like, support your players. That's the thing. So, look, it was a rough week for all of us. But at the same time, we shut them up by our performance and how we played. And we tried to, I chirped back a few times because it got to me a few times, but we tried to handle everything that came our way with class and poise, and for the most part, I felt like we did that.
Okay.
Alternate viewpoint. Europe's the same. They aren't better than thou. Go listen to their chants. They also throw cups of piss in soccer. I think the soccer crowd is a little different.
That can be really rough. But in terms of, if we're talking Ryder Cup exclusively.
But it shouldn't be rough. It shouldn't ever be rough.
Yeah.
You ought to be able to control yourself and act normal in public. It didn't used to be that way. This sort of fan behavior is somewhat new to the current times. I don't remember ever hearing stories like this 30, 40 years ago.
When people pay that much for a ticket, they think they're entitled to stay and do whatever they want from Vinzini. I don't know. I think people are so amped. It's the New York crowd, loves to taunt. Tried to do the whole European chant thing. That didn't go so well. Just let them have it. The F-bombs are flying.
I think a part of it is like people get so comfortable, especially online. Online, I don't know why I said especially. Online, saying whatever they want to people because it's behind a keyboard and then they're not going to see you face to face. And then you act like that in real life and it's like, hey, man, that's not okay. Like you can't.
And you're in a crowd where you can blend in a little bit.
Right. It's like, hey, you can mess around on Twitter and this or that and talk to people. But like that's not not acceptable behavior in real life.
Do you think
people get
Rory's
too comfortable with it?
Do you think Rory's in the wrong for stepping off a shot to tell people to shut the F up?
No, and then he's stuck at the 3 feet.
Yeah.
I
just think if you're going to talk about taking the moral high ground, you need to.
They don't have to take it from some idiot 10 feet behind him screaming at him. They don't have to take that.
The idea that you can say whatever you want and then someone's not going to say something back is not real life. That's not reality. If you came to me and started talking smack and you expect me to just sit there, I get some guys' mentality is I'm just going to stay focused and lock in. But in that moment, he was like, no, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to let you know.
What they should do is just point out the guy to a security guard and off you go. You're out.
Right.
I did read the New York police said that they kicked out a couple of people on Saturday.
But they do that.
And they had increased security for Sunday, so they actually had to react to what was taking place.
And I know bringing up the NBA will ignite some people, whatever. But right, whatever. But they do that in the NBA where they point at people and say, hey, that guy said something crazy, get him out of there. And then they're called soft by the same people on Twitter who wouldn't say these things to people's faces. You have to differentiate living online. People are chronically online. When you're out in real life, when you're out in the public, you have to have some behavioral morality. You have to be able to interact with people, and doing it in the crowd and throwing a drink and running away, which I saw a video of. It's just cowardly behavior. And if you want to be a coward, go ahead.
Yes, they just need to throw them out, and that's that. You don't ever have the right to stand there and scream vulgar things at another person, whether it's another player or a fan or an usher. You don't have that right.
Agreed.
It's the Monday edition of The Morning After. Tim back on Wednesday after the birthday Vegas weekend. As it was pointed out earlier in the show, you guys are just doing your best. Doing our best. Minus Tim. That's Kurt, Doug, Jackson, Martin with you. We'll talk some hockey. Chris Kerber is next. I guarantee you there's a Schnucks in your neighborhood, and when you stop by your neighborhood Schnucks, you can talk to the butcher, get some ideas for putting things on the grill. There's a sommelier in the wine section, everything you need to know. There's a friendly staff asking questions. Last minute birthday, want to get one of those cookie cakes designed, they'll do all of it right there for you. And when you're in the store, they're going to make sure you save money. That's why they drop prices on over 2,300 items. Those are marked down. That's not for a day or a week. They just knock them down, doing their best to battle inflation at your neighborhood Schnucks. And if you have the rewards app on top of all of that, you save money, and it goes into your account. Every time you check out, they say, hey, you got $20. You want to use it? You can roll it over, leave it in there. All part of the rewards app, which also allows you to do curbside pickup. Schnucks delivers. They've added that in recent years. Curbside delivery, all available, all on your app. It's the Schnucks rewards app. So everything you need in one spot. Everyday savings that you can count on at your neighborhood Schnucks.
Hey, Chris Kerber with you here, and the furnaces are turning on. That's right. Time to start heating up the house from time to time. And the annual maintenance is the best way to avoid the breakdown. So all you have to do is call Classic Air Care to schedule a tune-up. Or you can book an appointment online at classicaircare.com. Annual maintenance will also extend the life of your HVAC systems. The number one thing you can do to keep that system in top shape as well, besides that, change your filter. A clean filter means the entire system doesn't have to work as hard to cool or heat the home. You can also buy those online at classicaircare.com. Look, they've got 100 vans on the road. They'll get to you within 24 hours. They also now do electrical work. They're open 7 days a week with after-hour techs on call as well. It's Classic Air Care. They take care of my home. They'll take care of yours. Log online at classicaircare.com. Check out all the deals online as well. Classic Air Care has been making people comfortable since 1926.
Back with you on TMA, Martin, Doug, Jackson, and Chairman Kurt with you. Blues got a busy week. Tuesday at home against Dallas. Thursday at home against Ottawa. A couple more preseason games here during the old preseason slate. On the line with us, Chris Kerber from the Blues. A entertaining, I would say, Saturday night. I know it's a loss to the Blackhawks. That's after Bennington came out. But I would say for preseason hockey, you had a little bit of everything going Saturday.
Yeah, how about the fact that it was a sellout crowd too, Martin? I mean, the buzz and the kind of the energy and the thirst for hockey right now in this town is just fantastic. So I thought it was an entertaining game. You know, those games, as you know, they're hard to break down to a degree, right? Because if Jordan Bennington's in that game, I don't think Chicago comes back. So how do you assess it? What do you look at? And the one play where the game-winning goal was scored was just flat-out weird. I don't think I'd ever seen it. I've seen delayed penalties. I've seen scrums start and a play continues and a goal is scored. I don't know that I'd seen a play where every single player but basically the puck carrier and a chasing defenseman is involved in something when play continues like that. But it is the preseason, and in the end, you know, Jamie Rivers said this on the air, and I think it's a point worth looking at, like, yeah, okay, you know, Will Cranley comes in. He's not Jordan Bennington. You know, you don't obviously have a full lineup, but closing out games was an issue last year for the St. Louis Blues, and that is a trend that you want to make sure, you know, again, keeping in mind roster construction, preseason, all that other stuff, but the mental aspect of closing out games is going to be an important one for the Blues this year.
Yeah, you give up 4 goals in the third period, we start to have Winnipeg flashbacks a little bit. But there's nobody to blame it on, really, at this point, is there? It just happens.
Oh, no, I think no. Look, you've got one of the goals was a turnover by Cranley, you know, a mishandling of the puck, confusion between the defense and stuff, and you know those are the kind of things You're a veteran defenseman. You're Colton Parayko and you're Cam Fowler, for example. You're so used to Jordan Bennington and Joe Hofer and how they play the puck. Will Cranley is a little bit different and, you know, good up and, you know, coming goaltender, but not at the same level yet as those other guys. So, yeah, there's you don't pin it. You don't blame it. I don't think you overly worry about it. You're just aware of it. And, you know, now with 3 games to go, I think you're going to see more regular lineups over the 3 games, and I got to think you see one game with pretty much your entire lineup.
We did see Dalibor Dvorsky get the first goal of the game against Chicago. What do you think the chances are that he sticks and stays? I guess they did ship some guys out, including Carbonneau on Sunday, but where do you think Dvorsky's chances are?
Yeah, they shipped 20 total guys out, 18 of them down to Springfield to open up the Springfield camp, and then Carbonneau and Juracek went back to their junior teams. You know what? I think this is the interesting part to me, Martin, is when you get to that, when guys make that first cut, you know you're going to get some other games. They know what they have with Dalibor Dvorsky in terms of high-end skill, high IQ kind of player. They know he's up and coming. The fact, though, that they signed Suter and they signed Bjugstad really tells me that, unless he makes this team as a winger, right, they're going to give him a chance to keep seasoning his game as a centerman down in the minors. But he's that much closer to where he's getting more cups of coffee, longer looks in camp, those kind of things. So it's just – and Jim Montgomery talked about this with us before Saturday's game. You look at the top six, and when he talked about that line of Pekarchik, Dvorsky, and Carbonneau in that Saturday game, he talked about it being realistic minutes. So he said, okay, what does realistic minutes mean? He says, well, in all likelihood, barring injuries, these guys aren't coming in and playing top 6 minutes. So what do they look like playing 12 and a half minutes a game? And I'd encourage you, go back to and look at David Perron's rookie year, for example. A guy came on the scene. He played 12 and a half minutes, scored 30-something points. I think it was like 14 goals. The next year was over 50 points at 14 and a half minutes a game. Go look at Robert Thomas, who was actually a centerman that started his career on the wing. And so, to me, that's where you start to see they're going to look at Dvorsky and see a little bit closer to where he's at and how that can dictate it. But with where this team is, if this team is healthy, a little more seasoning in Springfield to me isn't going to surprise me when it comes to Dvorsky.
They signed Cam Fowler to a new contract, 3 years, about $6 million a year. Was there some doubt that they might not be able to hang on to him, or was this kind of a foregone conclusion?
Well, I didn't talk to anybody about what was going on with that prior to that, but in my own head, I'm like, re-signing him was a no-brainer. And honestly, if you look back at Doug Armstrong's MO when it comes to these kind of things, the trade for Braden Shen, the trade for Jay Bouwmeester, even more recently when Bouwmeester a couple of years went down and they traded for Marco Scandella and then extended him. This is what Justin Falk's another good example. This is kind of what Doug does. Brings in a guy, lets him get used to things. And Doug told us that night that he really wanted to make sure that Cam, who had a very young family with, one son and then had another one born shortly after coming to St. Louis, that, he wanted just to make sure he was comfortable and everything about St. Louis was comfortable for Cam. So when you trade for a guy, doesn't really cost you much at all, and he ends up being one of your top two defensemen. He's in your top pair with Colton Parayko. You're extending him, and look, it's another reasonable contract. It's a simple one. It's the one that's not going to hurt him. It's fair for Fowler. Fowler still looks like he's got a lot of game left in him. And tell you what, the Blues are kind of moving in that realm here, especially if Broberg takes that next step. You got to figure out what Mayu can do. The consistency of Justin Falk. This team from the goaltender through the defense, it looks like it could really be one of the top defensive teams in the league. Easily, I'd say top 10 defensive team in the league with the way this thing is shaping up. I like the way it's looking.
Logan Mailloux dropped the gloves, had a fight. It's a Blues-Blackhawks game on a Saturday night. Got to have a fight. Is that part of Mailloux's game, do you think? Or is he trying to show the new teammates that he's got a little grit?
I think it's kind of more of the second part there, Martin, because I don't know that we know really yet what really is his game, having played 8 games in the NHL, but he's got size, he's got physicality. I don't know about his fighting ability, but he was definitely willing to do it there, which is good. I think you still, if you're a young guy, you have to be able to do that. If you're going to be the back end and you're going to have some size and some nastiness, he threw the body around. Look, it was a great hit that he threw, so that physicality, that returns to the Blues defensive side as well is tremendous. He's had a really, really good camp. He's looked good in practices. You talk to some people, the drills are running well. His positioning, his awareness, they're working on him with some more stick positioning stuff, things like that. He's had a really good camp, and I'll tell you what, when you just see, and I don't really care the sport. You can look and you go, yeah, that guy's a baseball player. Yep, that's a hockey player. There's just something to him. He hasn't looked out of place yet, and I think that just is another great thing when we talk about this Blues defensive core and how good they can be. The other thing they're doing, guys, is they're really harping on the centerman to make sure that they're aware of playing that high forward position because they want these defensemen to jump into the play and be active and aggressive. So the one thing we've seen, whether it's, anywhere from Mayu to Parayko to Fowler, and everybody, like, these guys are jumping up in the play, and the D have been extremely active so far, which, again, there's more offense to be seen from that. So I like the style that it's developing.
Are there any pressing concerns right now? Any answers that Jim Montgomery needs to get here in these last few preseason games?
Knock on wood, for the most part, everybody seems to be healthy. Lucic has returned to the ice. I think that might be, and if there's any one real big remaining question, right, it's Milan Lucic, and when is he kind of really game ready and that kind of stuff, because just what he can bring. You saw some of his speed. That first game, the first period that he played in Columbus was a little bit difficult. It definitely wasn't his game for sure, but you could tell that it's a guy that hadn't played, meaningful games in a year and a half, right? And then the second and third periods got better, as you would expect. So I think, with sorting out and Carbonneau going down and things along those kind of lines, I think the way it's going right now is that might be the next kind of real storyline question to figure out here. They don't have room for all these forwards. That's the bottom line. So they're going to have to sort through that, and I think that's the remaining 10 days of camp is how do the forwards shape out.
And if you have Schneider, Texier, Lucic, how many of those three can make it? What math do you think? Is it 2?
Well, you've got – yeah, I think it's 2, to be honest with you. You mean between Joseph, Texier, and Lucic?
Yeah, I think of those 3, how many can actually fit? 2?
I think, I think 2. Now, again, injuries or something like is where Lucic, how do they manage it? Is there because again, he's on a PTO. Do you sign a 2-way contract? However things, that allow you to do some movement or whatever, but I just think that there's really, if you're healthy and you've got Walker, Sundqvist, and Toropchenko, I just don't know that you've got room for all 3 of them. So I agree with you, Barton. It's 2 or one of those guys end up sticking because of the depth issue. So it's a storyline for the last 10 days for sure.
Blues are at home Tuesday night. The Dallas Stars in town Thursday. The Ottawa Senators. You'll hear all the action right here on 101. It's our Monday visit with Chris Kerber, voice of the Blues. Kerber, we'll talk to you next Monday.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week.
All right, then you too.
Checking in with us here on 101 ESPN. Doug, we had a little insight into what took place at the Ryder from a loyal listener. This is interesting.
What's that?
I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
Teasing.
Thanks.
That was a good tease.
Yeah, a listener with actual on-site intel, somebody who was a marshal this weekend at Bethpage Black. According to the text line, would never exaggerate, but it's very sincere. Multiple thoughts. Actually, we don't call the listeners. Do we ever call, hey, what do you got? This is somebody who actually should call in with a firsthand account of what took place. It's the morning after. Tim's back Wednesday. Where's Tim? He'll be back on Wednesday.
Lemmings.
It's the chairman, Kurt, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Papers, Jackson Burkett with you on 101 ESPN. Doug, we checked all the boxes. Deep dive into the Cardinals and all their problems.
Right.
Mizzou's going to win the Natty.
Check.
Over Illinois in a fierce battle.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Ryder Cup. A lot of the focus there was about the fan behavior. So on the text line, which is often filled with kind of smart-ass comments, Doug. Left and right. This was a rather thoughtful explanation of what took place at Bethpage Black, the course that hosted the Ryder Cup. This gentleman said, I was a marshal there, and then gave real specific detail. So you know what we did, Doug? We said, call in, and he did. Rusty, Rusty, welcome to the show. Thanks for phoning in.
No problem, guys. How you doing today?
Good. How did you end up being a marshal at this event?
So back, 2015 or whenever it was, when PG was here at Belle Reve.
2018, yes.
I was able to volunteer, so we were a marshal on hole 17 back then, my wife and I. So then we were on that list, and so then when the PGA went to Bethpage, we volunteered for that, and we actually just worked in the store up there for that week, which was nice because it actually rained the entire week, so it wasn't too bad. But by doing that, we were guaranteed a spot for the Ryder Cup. You didn't know what position you were going to get. It was a random draw, and we lucked out, and we got picked to marshal hole 6. So we were there Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, working 4-hour shifts on that hole.
And so your job, you're saying, as the marshal, what were you actually tasked to do?
So the marshals get different tasks. So some may work the tee box, some may work the green, some may work a crosswalk. On hole 6, they had a couple marshals that were spotters, because if you remember, that hole was a little dogleg left downhill. The aim point was over a bunker, so the ball would hit the hill and then kick, and then so the marshals, their job was to kind of point out where the ball was. So on Friday, my job was up top at one of the crosswalks. Once all the players and their entourage went by, people could use the crosswalk, go from one side to the other. So I was on the side that was the non-beer side, and the other marshal was on the side with the beer. And, of course, the people on my side wanted to get to the beer, and they thought that they were there just for them, not for the players or anybody else. So when they got stopped, they were not happy.
So they're trying to get to the beer, in other words.
Oh, my God, yeah. That was I mean, my side was probably 15, 18 people deep when the groups were going through, and the other marshal on the other side was probably 2 people deep, because if they had downtime, they just run into the beer tent, just hang out there, and then run back out when the players were going by or when they're going to hit. So I was, they let me know that they were not pleased with me doing my job.
So what behavior did you observe?
I mean, it was personal. Player, yelling at the players, yelling at Shane Lowry that he was too fat, and wondering how his wife was satisfied with his performance off the court. Yelling at Rory, yelling about Rory's girlfriend or wife, yelling about Rory's parents. Just vulgar. It wasn't creative, wasn't funny. I mean, I've heard better chants refereeing high school soccer at DeSmet and CBC than I did, this week.
And I'm sorry.
Europeans were more creative, just like what you would expect. Again, I would go back to the CBC DeSmet stuff about, that's all right, that's okay, you'll be working for us someday. That kind of stuff.
And so who is the most obnoxious people? Was it one particular demographic group? Was it young guys drunk or?
Oh, yeah, he was definitely drunk. Males, I'd say in the upper 30s to 40 category that thought that, they paid $750 per ticket, and they were there for a social environment because they're, somebody else paid the freight for them, whether it be a sponsor or their work, their buddy, and they were hammered. I mean, they're drinking at 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Very many people get thrown out?
No. So we were told if somebody comes under the ropes or does something they're not supposed to do, let them go. Plainclothes security will take care of them. Most of the security there was there just simply to protect the players, and that was it. On Saturday, I was down by the green taking care of the crosswalk, and multiple times I would have a golf cart come by with security or with NBC or somebody from production, And they drive by me and go, it's getting pretty dangerous out there. And they're like, well, what do you want me to do? I got a rope. That's it.
Huh. Is the crowd largely male? I said this on Friday. What's the percentage even of female It feels like a very rowdy male crowd.
It was, I would say, probably 75% male, and I would say Europeans made up maybe 10% of the crowd.
How often did the players respond, or did you witness that, where they kind of turned and said, well, like Rory famously did the FU?
Yeah, Rory's group did, and nobody else from Europe really got it to the extent that Rory's group did. Justin Thomas tried to quiet the group down, or the crowd down, but it was kind of a subdued quiet. Like, you know, he was demonstrative, but he could have been much more demonstrative, and that's not to blame him the least bit.
Right.
But I would say, you know, U.S. golf got what they deserved. This is what they wanted. They wanted an obnoxious, rowdy crowd. I don't think they thought it was going to be vulgar and personal.
Was it so bad that you would think that course should never host an event like that again?
It's a terrible course for a spectator. It really is. It's so spread out, especially for a Ryder Cup, because you only have action going on 4 holes at best. So everybody's kind of like either sitting around, or you have everybody following all of the groups on those particular holes. You know, yesterday might have been different since you had action on every hole. A PGA event was definitely different because you do have action on every hole. So people they camp out and they sit and watch. So it's not as frustrating for people to see.
So were you were they screaming at you, Rusty, as well? Were you targeted?
Oh yeah, on Friday when I would let people cross over, it wasn't that many people. I'd say maybe a handful. Yeah.
What kind of things did people say to you?
Careful, Doug.
You know, am I on the payroll of Europeans to keep it quiet? What's your effing problem? Who's your effing wife? Where's she at? I bet you don't satisfy her. Oh God, yeah.
God.
Like I've refereed soccer at all levels, and I've heard all kinds of things, and so I just kind of like, that's the best you got.
Hey, fella. All right. Well, hey, Rusty, thanks for dialing in after we asked you to call in, but interesting to have the firsthand account. Are you back safe and sound now, or are you from New York?
We're back home. It was an odyssey of travel yesterday with the airlines, but yes, we're back home.
Back on. Rusty with a firsthand account of what took place at the Ryder Cup.
Well, thank you, Rusty.
Thanks, guys. Have a good show.
All right, thanks.
And only one cocktail bleach offered. How about that?
That was great to have a
first-hand
guy
account
right there. Yeah, the stuff like, the personal stuff talking about wife and parents. I mean, that's just like. Tim talks about it all the time, respecting the omerta. Leave the families out of it. You know, you want to say, Rory, you stink. You know, you can probably say whatever about him, but when you start getting into families, parents.
If you're drunk and you're trying to get a laugh out of the guy next to you, there's no telling what you might say.
Right.
Now, some people responded earlier. We got into this conversation maybe about an hour ago about the behavior at the Ryder Cup. Team Europe wins 15-13, but they said Rory shouldn't be responding, and like he's part of the saying basically his behavior makes it worse. But Rory was asked in the post tournament about the satisfaction because he actually turned and screamed "F you" back. And it is hard to say, don't respond. And if you're being targeted, he seems to be the number. And then other people say he's become real whiny. He definitely is certainly going to be the focus of people going after guys.
With all that in mind, everything you go through, how satisfying is it to turn around to someone and say, quote, "Shut the F up," and then stiff it to 2 feet?
Very satisfying.
Congratulations.
It wasn't stiff. I had to put it.
Media chuckle.
That's a robust European media chuckle.
Fleetwood coming in there.
And by the way, now the Irish are on the clock to behave properly.
That's it. Rory said it. He's like, if we're going to tell the people in Ireland to, and again, like yelling, and there's like a difference between good-natured, like opposition fandom where you're, rooting for guys to go in the bunker. Like even that's like, like go ahead. But when you start bringing in families, wives, kids. Like, that's just so wrong. Like, that's just not how you should behave, ever.
How about the TMA gerbil? Rusty, please don't drink bleach.
Yeah, great call from Rusty.
All of a sudden now there's some decorum.
That's great that he volunteered the 2018 PGA Championship. They're like, hey, we're going to get you out for the Ryder Cup, too.
The PGA must make millions and millions of dollars a year. Why do they have to rely on volunteers to run their tournaments?
Well, this is the
free labor.
This is the PGA of America, which is different than the PGA Tour. PGA Tour is
but they still have all kinds of volunteers running stores and telling people to be quiet. Get your own. Pay these people.
I agree.
Why do you need volunteers? Pay them.
Pay them. I agree.
There's a fine line between being a loud, passionate fan and acting like a drunk Hoosier. Have some class. That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
Right. That's the thing. It's like, just leave the families out of it. That's like rule number one.
There was a text earlier that said the difference now is, it used to be you just get punched in the face, and now everybody's afraid because the video's rolling and you get in trouble for the reaction.
Right. Yeah, the second guy always gets the technical foul.
I think stun guns would go a long way to quieting some of this.
Stephen Wildwood said, I'll allow some fat jokes about Lowry, but that should be the limit.
Yeah, like you could probably say pretty much anything about the player themselves. These guys are professionals. They've heard it all probably. But when you start bringing in families, that's just bad. It's terrible.
It is bad, but why would you say anything to the player? Why would you have any? Why is it okay just to insult people?
Rusty texted in and said he actually paid to volunteer.
Oh, gosh.
I guess you get access. You get to be a part of it. And then you get to be harassed.
Yeah, why do they get away with hiring free labor?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Stand up. Boy, Libby and Doug are in alliance here.
Just pay people for their work. That's all I say.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a lot, but it ought to be at least minimum wage.
Some to wet their beak.
Something.
Some to wet their beak, make it worth their while, and some for the effort.
It's not like they can roam the course and just watch the tournament. Hey, I got in free, and now I get to watch. They're working.
Yeah.
From the 618, just like golf, sounds like a bunch of rich asshats. From the 618, doesn't like much. Rory definitely made it worse. That's from Steven Time. I think he probably reached. Don't you think he reached a breaking point?
Yes, you can't blame him for reacting. You don't just have a right to scream at players all day long, scream at or anyone else, and not expect some kind of reaction.
I just don't like the guy who's taking phones out of fans' hands during a practice round and skipping media scrums when he's not happy with things. I don't like him being the one to talk about
the fan police.
I don't agree that I think the fans were in the wrong for doing what they're doing. I just think Rory's a little out of line talking about the moral superiority in the game of golf.
Probably not. But like, I get what you're saying, but like, it's bad for him to say stop saying that stuff to me. Like, I don't like where did he go? He didn't yell at these fans about their family. He didn't, and it's not, no offense to anybody, like, it's not their wife getting screamed about. It's not their parents being screamed about. It's not their kid being screamed about. It's his life, it's his family, and he's been dealing with it now for years. Like, he's reaching a break. I get there's some things that Rory does, and I love Rory, but like, there's some things he does.
Maybe that he does
that is where he comes off as a hypocrite. We'll not argue that. But in this instance, I think that him saying something like that is like, you reap what you sow. You're going to scream at me for hours on end, and I say one thing, and now I'm the bad guy?
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Maybe the way he worded his rebuttal.
Right, his all-encompassing story, there you can poke holes in it. But I think in this instance, he is in the right.
And now that he has a reputation of a guy who might yell back and hears it, they're only going to give it to him more.
Right. Which sucks. But that's human nature in a way.
It is funny that Ireland is now hosting the next Ryder Cup.
Right.
And Lowry makes the putt, and then you got the Rory story.
Well, Rory's Northern Ireland.
All right, well, okay. I'm sorry. I tried to lump them together. I tried to bring people together.
I want to give him the 6 back. 6 counties back.
A drunk, obnoxious, over-the-top American crowd. Shocking. Good morning, boys. Martin, you're doing a heck of a job so far filling in for Tim. Also, my wife left me. That's from both of these.
Do you think the normalization of the rowdy behavior at Waste Management bleeds into this a little bit? Are they connected in any way?
I've seen some of that, where not only that, but like YouTube golf and the kind of more casual aspect or casual approach to the game could play a factor. I think that could be a part of it, but to assign more value than people just being morally wrong, I think would be misguided.
People who act like that need to be euthanized, period.
That's a little far. It's a little far.
Yeah,
Again,
a good stunning would do it.
Wow.
That would drop them.
Guys,
but they're going to get up sooner or later.
New York is Hoosiers.
That's what needs to happen to hundreds of golf fans.
And is it possible they're not? People are saying, "Oh, the golfing crowd." I think the golfing crowd tends to be a little more genteel. Do you think they're just sports fans, like those really rowdy, loud? Do you think they're actually members somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, given the ticket prices, it was an expensive ticket. Like unless you got in on some, like your company had corporate seats, or maybe someone paid your way. But other than that, like you probably had to pay a lot of money to be there, a lot.
It was the alcohol talking.
Yeah.
But it doesn't excuse it by any means.
No. There's no excuse.
Let's see. Oh, it just flooded in here. We wanted to
hot button issue, man.
Hot button issue. The behavior, boy, it's going to be fascinating in 2 years how it plays out. Hell yeah, America, baby, USA. I'm still fascinated by the chant that they tried to get going.
Rough.
Because it's not a receptive crowd, right?
No.
We can tell, unless you just yell F you, the crowd's really not going to play ball. But it's such a bad idea. Demoff-esque. All right, we'll do this. Take a break. We've got Gabe DeArmond. We're talking Mizzou football. Tigers 5-0. They're up to 19th in the AP rankings. Took care of UMass 42-6 over the weekend. That was expected. Just get the win, move on. Alabama's got Vandy this weekend, and then they come to Como the following Saturday, October 11th. Mizzou gets their shot at Alabama. The dream scenario was to be sitting at 5-0, which they are. We'll talk Tigers with Gabe. It's on deck here on TMA, brought to you by Brown & Crouppen.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. MLB playoffs start tomorrow with four matchups all beginning tomorrow. Action getting underway tomorrow. That was our SportsCenter update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
There is this place which I live in, which is called service. It is called service. Surrey is where I live.
5 up, 5 down, Doug. You counting them?
I am. Yeah,
marking them down. 5 up, 5 down. Tigers beat UMass 42-6. Didn't cover if you're worried about that. Gabe DeArmond with us from Power Mizzou, talking all things Mizzou. A Saturday night at Faurot Field, and I guess how would you describe it, Gabe? What was necessary was taken care of.
I would say sleepy and boring was the way I would describe it. And this is not an insult to Missouri for scheduling this game. Hey, it's an FBS team. I don't care. Everybody plays a couple of games kind of like this. But, I mean, even before the game, there was no buzz. I mean, it was a busy weekend, nice weather, homecoming. Everybody was in town for the parade. The parking lots were going. All that was cool. But, I mean, everybody that I talked to in the press box, like the first thing everybody said was, all right, run the ball and get this over with. There was just no expectation that UMass could even make it interesting, and they didn't. I mean, they scored 6 points that came directly off a turnover. Couldn't even tie the game because they got the extra point block. It was just, it was like watching, a college team play kind of a decent high school team.
And they did run it 52 times. Mott Hardy had 3 touchdowns, padded his stats a little bit. I guess I thought the backups would be featured a little bit more in this game.
So I think the plan certainly would have been to do that. The problem was, because of the interception and because the offense bogged down just a little bit, it was only 28-6 in the third quarter. And I understand, at that point, you absolutely could have gone to the backups and it would have been fine. But I think the general rule for a coach is it needs to be a 4-score lead. Because if I put the backup in there and he throws a pick six or something, then all of a sudden we're one play away from a 1-score game. And was that going to happen on Saturday? No, but I understand game situation kind of did it. And also, I didn't really think about this fully until after the game, but I think Drinkwitz was trying to do 2 things in that game. Number one, he definitely was trying to pad Ahmad Hardy's stats. They can now say Ahmad Hardy's had 5 straight 100-yard games, at Missouri 9 straight overall. He's leading the country in rushing and touchdowns. Drinkwitz is aware of those things. He might say he's not, but he knows about the Heisman talk and SEC, all SEC voting and things like that. And number 2, I think he was trying to make sure his team won by a margin that the voters would not penalize them for, right? 42-6 is fine. If you only win that game 28-13, the guys who vote for this stuff are going to look at the box scores on Saturday night and go, boy, Missouri wasn't very good. I better knock them down a couple spots. And again, while it doesn't matter, it is PR, and he's savvy with that stuff.
Hardy walked off the field early. It looked like he might be hurt. There had to be some people really concerned at that point, but he's completely okay, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, he was in the injury tent for close to 10 minutes. I mean, almost missed the start of the next drive and didn't play the next drive. That was Jamal Roberts' drive anyway. But, yeah, it ended up coming back and carrying the ball 18 more times after that. I probably wouldn't have done it, but they got through the game. He was healthy. It's fine, so no worries.
And we were talking earlier about no field goal attempts, and Doug pointed out there was a chance for that 52-yarder when they ended up punting there. Was that? And I guess if they are going to try a 52-yarder, I'm not sure who they trot out there. So no further clarity, I guess, with the kicking game.
Yeah, they could have attempted a 58-yarder at the end of the first half, but they don't have anybody that can make that. Look, the bottom line is,
every kick, you're going to hold your breath a little bit this season. And that would have been true whether he went out there and made a 50-yarder or not. I think the starting kicker is hurt. You're putting it in the hands of a true freshman and another guy who may kick long field goals, but we haven't even seen him attempt one yet. I mean, nothing that could have happened on Saturday night would have made me feel any differently about if you're down 2 against Alabama and trying a 40-yard field goal. Like, I wouldn't have been any less nervous about that than I will be anyway.
Gabe, big weekend in college football this weekend outside of Missouri-UMass, of course, the biggest game, Missouri-UMass. But Bama defeats Georgia. They now play Vanderbilt for their revenge game in Tuscaloosa this weekend with College Game Day there. What do you think of Alabama? I know you were watching the UMass game, but Alabama's performance against Georgia and what you think will happen there against Vanderbilt. Do you think that Bama's just going to be too much for them? And what do you think as Mizzou plays them in 2 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I think Bama's angry. I think they've had this Vandy game circled. I thought the performance against Georgia, obviously, you go into Athens and win, it's impressive. Ty Simpson is one of 2 quarterbacks in Power 4 who has thrown 125 passes and has 10 touchdowns and no interceptions. Luke Altmaier at Illinois is actually the other one. So he's good. They're figuring it out. They're getting it going. That said, I thought Georgia probably should have won that game. I mean, dropped a touchdown pass in the third quarter that would have given them a 28-24 lead, got no points on that drive. Went for it on 4th and 1 from the 9 instead of tying it with a field goal. Didn't get it. Never got the ball back with really any chance to take the lead. I thought Georgia very easily could have won that game. Now, they didn't. Bama deserves credit for it. I think if you're a Missouri fan and you're looking at that, you go, hey, Georgia ran for 232 yards and averaged 7 yards a carry. That kind of fits what we want to do. Flip side, Alabama throws the ball all over the field, and I'm not sure how Missouri fans feel about their pass defense. So I expect points. I think you're going to have 30 to win this game, and I think it's going to be, it's kind of strength on weakness on both sides of the ball.
Have you seen enough of Vanderbilt to know if they're the real deal here or doing it with smoke and mirrors?
I think Vanderbilt's good. I mean, I said coming into the season, I thought Vanderbilt was probably a 7-8 win team, and Diego Pavia would wreck someone's playoff hopes. I don't know if he wrecked South Carolina's because they seem to be a little bit unrealistic at this point anyway, but, obviously kind of changed the course of their season. He wrecked Alabama's playoff hopes last year. I think they're good. That said, their October schedule is Alabama, LSU, Missouri, Texas, 2 of those on the road. They could be a good team and go 0-4. Like, there are 10 teams in the SEC with, I think, legitimately can talk about the playoff. Because I think Vanderbilt, you have to put in that conversation right now. They're 5-0, but I mean, somebody has to be 10th out of those teams. Somebody, like, I did my SEC rankings this morning, and I have Texas 8 and LSU 9, and I don't really believe that. But based on what's going on, I mean, any of these teams would be in the conversation to play in the ACC title game, to win the Big 12, and to be the 3rd or 4th best team in the Big 10. But that's not the league you're in.
And Missouri, do you think their easiest games left? You'd say, well, Mississippi State, but hold on. They're actually better than advertised. Auburn, probably a little better than people thought. And I would even say Arkansas with Bobby Petrino now, that's probably a better team with him. He already fired coaches today. He's already putting his stamp on things. I think Petrino taking over in Arkansas makes probably them a little better, even though it's not like he's going to be adding players. But I don't see any, very few where you say, well, yeah, Mizzou for sure wins.
I think Arkansas is the easiest game left, especially because, I think there's a chance you're playing 4-7 Arkansas at that point that is completely given up. Now, that said, Arkansas, they can beat somebody. I mean, that's what this league is. Missouri has 7 games that they could win all 7 and they could lose all 7. I do not think either one of those will happen, obviously. It will be somewhere in the middle, but I don't even think the most diehard Missouri fan would say, hey, I think this is a 12-0 football team. I mean, I don't think anybody gets through this league undefeated. It's too hard. I mean, you're just every week you're playing somebody that can beat you. Tennessee, could have beaten Georgia, didn't. Could have lost to Mississippi State, didn't. every game Missouri has left could go either way. I don't see Missouri being more than a touchdown favorite in probably maybe Mississippi State at home, depending on how things go between now and then. But I also don't see them being more than a touchdown underdog in any game. I mean, you've got 7 swing games left, and you've got to go 5-2.
And it's kind of hard to know just how good Missouri is, too. I asked the same question about Vanderbilt, but Missouri's played such a soft schedule, really. It's hard to know how good they are.
I mean, I don't know if they've played I think Kansas they're a bowl Power 4 conference team. I don't think they're going to win the Big 12, but I think they're in the top half of that. South Carolina, they don't look as good, but that was a preseason top 15 team. They'll beat some people. Missouri's other 3 games, UMass. I mean, they've had 3 scrimmages, so I understand that. But nobody out here has played 4 ranked teams yet or anything. I mean, the rest of the schedule will tell us what we'll find out about this Missouri team like we will everybody in the SEC. And again, the mistake we make is we try to do this. Okay, they're 5-0. So what are they going to do in the last 7 games? I don't know, because if they play Alabama 10 times, they might go 4-6 in those 10, but they only play them once, and so it only matters that day. They might go 5-5 against A&M, but it only matters who's better that day. And it's 7 individual tests that really have nothing. One has nothing to do with the other 6.
Gabe, I don't know how much of a chance you get to see to watch a bunch of the other games that were going on Saturday. We mentioned Alabama going to Georgia and getting a win. Ole Miss beating LSU, who a lot of people were high on. Auburn and Texas A&M had kind of a low-scoring defensive battle. Who would you say we learned most about from the games this past weekend in the SEC?
I think probably Ole Miss, because that was the game that Lane's never really won. Lane very much, I think, has, to this point at Ole Miss, been largely what Gary Pinkel was at Missouri, which is beat all the teams you should beat, win most of the swing games, but then when you face one of those teams that's supposed to be the elite, you get beat. And you can go 9-3 that way, 10-2 almost every year. It's what Pinkel did here. It's what Lane has done so far at Ole Miss. Now, I am of the belief that I'm not sure LSU is an elite team. I think they're good, but they were widely considered, one of the 2 or 3 best teams in the league, and Ole Miss beat them. And really, I mean, if that was Lane Kiffin versus Blake Baker, Lane won that. I mean, their offense, especially on that 4th and 3 late, really kind of undressed Baker's defense. And so I'd say they probably made the biggest statement, but again, every week is just, okay, now you got to go do it again.
Right. They lost to Kentucky last year when they looked just as powerful and following big wins. So it's, you don't know really anything, Doug. It's like, who'd you have number 1? I'm sorry, Gabe, on your SEC rankings? Was it Bama or Georgia?
I mean, last week I had Georgia, so Bama went on the road and beat number 1, so I put Bama. I don't know if I think they're the best team in the SEC.
Right.
On any given day, I think Missouri can beat anybody in this league. I think they could also lose to 12 teams in this league. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to make of it. It truly is. It is a light version of the NFL where everybody is crowning the Chargers. Hey, this is their year. They're going to, and then they go lose to the New York Giants. I mean, that's what this league is now. You don't go 17-0 in the NFL. You're not going 12-0 in this league.
Yeah. Was there a flip? Did I see, Gabe, you guys tweeted out the commit that picked, was it Mississippi State commit that flipped?
Yeah, a kid named Micah Nickerson, defensive end. He's from, I can't remember off the top of my head. He's from down south, but he grew up actually in Columbia, went to Hickman through his freshman year in college. Had visited here a few weeks ago, and that's when we'd kind of been expecting. They had another handful of guys on campus that are committed to other schools. So Eli has always kind of made a habit of, all right, let's see what happens with that program you're committed to during the season, and then, hey, we'll still be here, down the road. And I think that's going to happen again this year with quite a few kids.
I imagine losing a commit has never been easier to get over than it is now. You got a shot at him every year.
I'll be honest, guys, I know this is it's terrible business of me for me to say this out loud, but I try not to lie to people. We have conditioned our board to understand high school recruiting kind of doesn't much matter at this point.
Especially in football.
They're going to sign 20 kids, and at least 10 of them are never going to play it down here. You know, they're going to end up somewhere else, whether it's somewhere better for more money or worse because they couldn't play here. So it's, I guess, if you choose to get emotionally invested in it still, that's fine, but there's no real point. I mean, the recruiting part that matters is, you know, we now pack an entire recruiting cycle into 2 weeks of the transfer portal in December.
Right. I feel like Williams-Winery was the last time
I was just about to say,
can really like jump up and down and high five and say, "Oh, we got him, we got that," and then he's gone.
Right. And then you look at this year, it's Bo Perbula at quarterback, Ahmad Hardy at running back, Josiah Trotter at linebacker, Damon Wilson on the edge. These are all transfer guys who are the biggest impact players.
Right, and I mean, everybody was fired up about Kejuan Lacey because they flipped him at the last minute from Ole Miss, and now he's at Ole Miss anyway, and he's having a pretty good year for Lane Kiffin. Like recruiting has always been largely PR because if you look back, I mean, look at some of the best players that Gary Pinkel had here, and nobody cared when Missouri got them. I mean, Sean Weatherspoon wasn't a big deal. Denario Alexander wasn't a big deal. Justin Britt, there were people like actively upset on our message board that Missouri would take that kid, and then he's a second-round draft pick in the NFL. You know, nobody knew about Mitch Morse, and he turned into a long-time NFL player. And then you had a lot of 4-stars that never really did anything. So recruiting has always largely been PR, but it's never been more obvious than it is now.
And it's just still not possible, though, to steal somebody else's kicker mid-season.
Don't think so. No, I think you got what you got.
It's like the last rule left in college sports.
Yeah, that's the last one.
There's can't steal a kicker in October. Gabe DeArmond, Power Mizzou, all things Mizzou. It's a bye week for the Tigers. They are 19th, I think, in the AP rankings for what that's worth. Game day will not be coming, though, Gabe, we're guessing, because they're going to Tuscaloosa this weekend.
Yeah, probably not. And I know that, I know it's a big deal to a lot of people, and they'd really like it to happen. Missouri's playing big games the rest of the year. It should be a lot of fun. Every time you win, the next one gets a little bit bigger. If you lose one, the next one really gets bigger. So, whether we get Pat McAfee stripping on the quad or not, it will still be big games and exciting.
All right, Gabe, we'll check in soon. That's Gabe DeArmond from Power Mizzou.
Hey, I want it noted, when Tim's here, you guys usually don't call me till 9:10, and now I'm done at 9:18, so I blame Tim for that.
Wow. And I heard that the post game was a little more subdued, right? Not too many weirdos?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, look, that was a get-through-it game for everybody, myself included. I turned in a solid C- effort on Saturday night. So.
Good. C's get degrees? Is that what they say? Some journalism school.
Doug was a big fan of the yellow helmets, and he's trying to make a push for them to wear them every week. What'd you think of the yellow helmets?
I mean, they won the game, right? So I don't know if Missouri wins that game if they're in other helmets.
They cover the spread if they had the black M.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Gabe.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right, then. Oh, yeah, I think there's no doubt they cover the spread if they're wearing the black helmets with the block M, which they should wear every Saturday.
That Mizzou lack of covering was the only thing that kept me from a perfect betting weekend, Doug.
Really?
5-1.
Spread?
What's that?
Yeah, the spread.
Yeah, I took Mizzou with the minus 43.5.
I took the sweatiest money line parlay money can buy. I was on Illinois money line to start the day. Walk-off field goal. Had to sweat through that. Ole Miss money line against LSU. That was a little less sweat. Tennessee money line against Mississippi State. Went to overtime with that one. And then Oregon money line against Penn State. Had to go to double OT with that one.
I know everybody loves hearing other people talk about their fantasy and their betting, but 14-2 against the spread my last 3 weeks in college football.
Look at you. Maybe invite him, guest picker on
you
the
playing
spread
this
zone?
action?
Yeah.
Attaboy.
Yep.
Attaboy.
You put those results on your Tinder profile?
Hinge.
Yeah.
Hinge gets it.
Yeah.
All right.
I want the Tinder girls to want me for me.
Gabe is brought to us every week by James Carlton. James Carlton State Farm. It's our guy. And here's Tim talking about James Carlton presently.
James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency has been my insurance agent since 20
19. I made the switch 6+ years ago, and man, am I happy that I did. But I am not the only 101 ESPN personality to make the switch. Just last week, Jamie Rivers asked me to put him in contact with James Carlton. I said I'd be more than happy to do so. They get on the phone. James runs some numbers, and he saved Jamie $600 a month. That's right, $600 a month. Just imagine what one phone call to James Carlton can do for you. 2 minutes on the phone with James could be worth hundreds of dollars in savings. You might as well make the call and see what they can do for you. 314-961-4800. That's 314-961-4800. Or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm.
Tim McKernan checking in with us. He'll be back on Wednesday. By the way, the 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. That was the 8 o'clock hour. Now we've shifted into the 9 o'clock hour, which is good to point out at 9:21. Brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. It's TMA Monday edition here. We've talked to Gabe DeArmond, we've talked to Chris Kerber, we've talked Blues, we've talked Mizzou, we've talked some Cardinals. A lot of Ryder Cup talk. Nolan Arenado's quote to Derek Gould. Interesting. Baseball playoffs begin. I learned in the update. I don't know if you heard Paper's update.
Might have missed it.
He said, hey, time for a Sports Center update. Hey, baseball playoffs start tomorrow. There are 4 games, and they're all tomorrow. That was the update.
Was I wrong?
I don't hear anything incorrect.
Yeah, where was I incorrect?
I was just looking for a little more meat.
Yeah, that's fair.
On the bone.
Tigers, Guardians.
Yep.
Padres, Cubs.
Yep.
Red Sox, Yankees. How do you do? And then Reds, Dodgers.
Best of 3, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. You can only watch one series. You've got one series. What do you know?
Yankees, Red Sox. I guess Padres, Cubs.
I just kind of like the Padres, Cubs at the Wrigley.
Yeah.
Hard to believe the Cubs haven't been in
I'll
the
pull for the
playoffs.
Reds.
I was going to say I am now a Cincinnati Reds fan.
Yeah, me too.
Rooting for the little guy.
Mm-hmm.
Terry Francona.
I'm kind of glad the Tigers got in too and didn't blow that enormous lead and get left out.
That'd been bad.
And the Brewers are the best record in all of baseball, franchise best. 97 wins. The Mets, all that money spent, nothing to show. I hate that, though, for baseball because owners will say, see, every owner that doesn't want to spend will point to the Mets, forgetting that the Phillies and the Yankees and the Dodgers, they all spend tons
And
of
now
money.
they may lose Pete Alonso, who says
Yeah.
he's going to test the free agent market. He'd look good in the Redbird uniform.
Yeah. I don't think you'd want to.
You don't want a big home run hitter?
Well, do you think that they're a Pete
Where would you put
Alonso
him?
away from competing?
It'd be a good start.
Okay.
There are a couple big bats from competing.
Sure. Like the GM against you.
What's not to like about Pete Alonso?
If they're willing to spend
Deadlifting
a ton of, if they're willing to spend a ton of money, then yeah, absolutely, get him and get another couple guys, get a couple arms. But if they're only going to do a little bit, getting Pete Alonso wouldn't.
Yeah, I would doubt seriously they will get him. I'm just saying I would love it if they did.
Well, yeah. If all without taking into consideration like everything, then yes, I would like to have Pete Alonso.
Was he the one that threw, was it Mason Wynn's first hit into the stands?
crowd.
He might have got into it with Stubby Clapp at one point.
Yeah, a little wrestling match. Doug, we would take Shohei Ohtani, but we don't really need him right now. The current state of the franchise. It doesn't make sense. Here's the quote Nolan Arenado gave to Derek Gould Sunday at Wrigley Field. I understand I can't nitpick quite as much. I don't think it's fair for me to go, well, I'm only going to this championship caliber team. I don't think I can do that. Who's to say that team wants me? It's a two-way street. Nolan Arenado, once again, making it clear he's open for business. So Arenado likely expected to be gone. Sonny Gray at least open to leaving, whereas Wilson Contreras on Friday met with Chaim Bloom and said he wants to stay. So Contreras sticking around. More from Chaim Bloom on Tuesday. We believe we'll carry that.
It's the goal.
The goal, we got a goal, Doug, is to carry. It's 2025. That's our goal. To bring you the Chaim Bloom press conference on Tuesday, where he addresses all things about the Cardinals' future. John Mozeliak having his farewell press conference today at noon. Just looking back, and I guess he'll get peppered, kind of like what we did last week. A lot of, what about this? What about that? But there won't really be any news coming out of it because he's not in charge anymore.
I hesitate to ask this, but is Nolan Arenado a red jacket type guy? Is 5 years here enough to put
I don't
him in
think
that?
so, since 2 of the years were so bad.
Yeah, I don't think so.
think so.
No.
Unless they need to fill another weekend of marketing.
No, whereas Goldschmidt had a pretty good Cardinal run.
Yeah, he's a Red Jacket.
He'll be a Red
MVP
Jacket
with the team.
Yes, and I'm sure some people are like, who cares about a Red Jacket? But Arenado, let's say Arenado, here's, to me, more interesting. If he goes into Cooperstown, and people in the game largely think he will, with the little gloves.
Agreed.
Even if he plays a couple more years, he's going to get close to 400 home runs. Nolan Arenado goes in as a Rocky.
That's a Rockies hat all day.
For sure.
That's a Rockies hat all day. All day.
We're the best fans in baseball.
Yeah, well, I get it, but he cut his teeth. He became who he was with the Rockies.
I would agree with that. I think the Hall sort of doesn't dictate it, but they push you in a certain direction.
It's hard with some guys. Like, what is Verlander going under? I assume the Tigers, but he was really good with the Astros. Won a couple titles with the Astros.
I remember Gary Carter was mad. He wanted to go in as a Met, but they wanted him to be an Expo.
Oh, really?
And Max Scherzer, what does he do? Nationals, I guess?
Yeah, I probably.
These are first ballot guys, Verlander and Scherzer,
for sure. Oh, my God, yes. Yeah, I would say Scherzer probably Nationals. That's a tough one, too.
Mm-hmm. But you know, this all to me sounds like we're clearing the deck, which is good because clearing the deck has nothing on it today.
It doesn't.
The clearing the deck segment of the dossier, the Stiefel dossier, by the way, the clearing the deck segment, blank. But we fell into clearing the deck.
Yeah.
This is sort of under construction. All part of it. Is the Mike Elko, would that fall? We can get into that next. That's
a so what your grandma thing.
It is a grandma.
Yeah.
Okay. We will explain the Texas A&M coach. Beefing, issues with the media, that's one of our favorite topics here. And somebody else pointed out, what do you think New York radio sounds like today? Are they taking a victory lap for their behavior?
Well, the Mets don't make the playoffs.
Well, no, at the Ryder Cup, they're saying the typical New Yorker fan, or they say, hey, we showed them, we got them rattled. We almost got the upset.
I think they're in a tough spot because they got that situation. They got the Giants winning on Jackson Dart's first start. They got the Mets not making the playoffs. I think there's a lot there.
You think they had a Sadie Hawkins for Mike Francesa?
Yeah, someone got a Sadie Hawkins.
What's the lead?
Someone got Sadie Hawkins.
TMA is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen right here on 101 ESPN. Together Credit Union for all your banking needs. They are all around the St. Louis area, 14 branches online. It's togethercu.org, but they also like to have a little bit of fun. They rolled out that St. Louis Zoo debit card, which came with some special perks. They had the City SC debit card, and they do things like the community contributor mortgage. Instead of just getting a mortgage, well, if you're a first responder, you're an emergency technician, a teacher, those types of jobs fall into the community contributor. They have special rates, special deals just for you. That's how they roll at TCU. And more on that community contributor mortgage, find out online. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional jumbo loans. They've got loans for everyone, but we always encourage those first responders, teachers, et cetera, to check them out. Find out what the rates are. It's all handled here in-house. Together Credit Union has the experienced team, does the underwriting, the servicing. It's all done here locally. Remember, Together Credit Union is your hometown home loan provider. Check out the rates, all the information at togethercu.org. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA. We seem to have a lot of these in the college football realm. Was it Sam Pittman, who just got fired at Arkansas, had the awkward exchange where he said, what's the question here? Right? There's a lot of these where they get little sideways. Was our LSU Brian Kelly, was that a what's your grandma? Or that was more of a combative?
That was a major so what's your grandma think.
Okay. So it can be, it's just as long as they don't like the question or if it goes sideways.
It's taking issue with the question, you know.
Taking issue with the question.
And then
sometimes questions are bad.
Yes.
Sometimes they're good, but the coach doesn't like it.
For sure. And then they get framed as being bad.
So Mike Elko, Texas A&M, they're still undefeated. They beat Auburn. But this was the post-game situation.
Them to 176 yards. Does anybody want to ask a question about like us being 4-0 for the first time since 2016, or how did the defense bounce back, or how about you held them to 176 yards on offense and you had 5 sacks and they were 0 for 12 on 3rd down and 0 for 2 on 4th down and you got the return game going again? Like, I don't mean to sound like someone else, but my gosh, will you guys stop being so dreadful and gloomy? Well, we're only halfway through this. Yeah. Next one.
Nervous media chuckle.
And he said, I don't want to be someone that's Brian Kelly,
yeah,
direct reference to Brian Kelly. Thought the media was a little too negative.
Yeah.
A&M 16-10 over Auburn. I think these coaches are getting increasingly, if they don't, you win. They don't want style points being part of the conversation.
Yeah.
I didn't hear if that was the Brian Kelly one. I actually backed him just because it was like the first question.
Right.
First question. I think you can nitpick and pick apart a win, but you start out with, hey, you know, what does it mean to be 5-0? What is it? You got everything. Even with Mizzou, there's stuff you could complain about on Saturday.
Soften them up a little bit.
Well, I think it's fair. Like, you won. Oh, you didn't? Oh, sorry. That would be even better if a college football reporter said congratulations.
Right. And, well, it's
Sorry,
I imagine, and you guys probably know better being in.
Classically trained.
And, yeah, in media scrums in general. Like, like writing, like asking questions about, like, the great start and all this is good and all good, but like the readers, the people who are like want answers to what their concerns are. And I think I imagine that's a tough line to walk, you know, not trying to get on the coach's nerves by asking about too many negative things after a win, but also like trying to be comprehensive in your coverage and not just focusing on the positives.
No, it doesn't have to be all lollipops and rainbows, but I think the Kelly one, like I said, first
that's different because it's the first question.
And they're at home, and it's for them, it's a big win.
Right.
And they're rivals, but I don't know the context on Mike Elko if it was right out of the gate.
Yeah, I think they said it was only halfway through, so probably a little bit into the presser, but either way.
As long as we get a what'd your grandma think?
Yeah, I don't give a damn.
That's all that really matters.
You don't have to be too nice.
A&M.
Like you wouldn't ask Kirby Smart after his loss to Alabama, would you consider it a nice moral victory for your program to stay this close?
Then you get nuked for being a dumbass.
Right, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Kirby, considering you're 1-7, however, the one being that natty, thanks again for winning that natty. That was a big one.
Yeah.
You've done such a great job, and you're probably going to get does Georgia have a red jacket? Okay, you're going to go down as one of the greatest coaches in the history of the. What's the question, son? How come you never beat Alabama?
Yeah, right. It's like, how much pretense do you have to put on it? From a viewing perspective, it couldn't have been better because like the Bama-Georgia game was ending right at the same time as Penn State and Oregon were in overtime. Both these things. I mean, Bama got that first down, slid inside, basically a minute or two before Oregon picked him off in the second OT. And again, overtime in college, it's just awful. I think it sucks.
Why do you hate it so much?
Scott Van Pelt, I thought, put it really succinctly, and I'm going to steal from him and echo his sentiment that football is a timed game played on a 100-yard field, and in college football playoff, it's none of those things. It's not timed, and it's played on half of that field. And it just, I get for like an energy standpoint, guys can't play another 15 minutes likely, but something's got to be better than, like if Oregon or Penn State scores that and doesn't get the 2-point conversion, then they just go back and forth playing 2-point conversion.
That's the part I have the problem with.
That's how a lot of, like at least one or two major games this year will be decided by that. And it almost happened at Happy Valley this weekend. And that sucks. That's a bad way to decide a football game. Just like I think penalty kicks in soccer is the wrong way to decide a soccer game. You know, it's like a free throw challenge in basketball was overtime. How ridiculous is that?
What about a shootout in hockey?
Also silly, but I get that it's
What about the runner-up Ghost Runner on second?
People love the shootout.
The Ghost Runner's awful. Ghost Runner's awful.
So it sounds like the NBA is really the only sport that has
got it right.
overtime figured out.
Yeah, I guess I've arrived there. No, the NFL. I like the NFLs. I think the NFL does it right.
But
now
in the NBA,
that they both get a chance to touch the ball.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
in the NBA, you're also not carting off an injured player every
For
4 or
sure.
5 downs.
A lot of it has to do with the sport itself. Like soccer is exhausting to play that long, and to play another 30 minutes is super exhausting. To play another 15 minutes of football is brutal.
And I think that's why they're putting them in college football in a position to score.
Yeah.
Right? Instead of just saying, we'll kick it off, and then you kick it off, and then you punt it.
There just has to be a better way. I get that they definitely don't want ties in the NFL, as we saw last night with the Packers and Cowboys, lends itself to ties way more often. But there's got to be something to be done.
By the way, the Cowboys games, can we stop the immediate cutaway to Jerry Jones? Everybody complains about the Taylor Swift. I get it. She's not the owner.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Jones is the owner, prominent face of the NFL. But as soon as Green Bay scores like a deciding touchdown or so it appears, right to Jerry. And he's always with his son Steve, and they're always just so flummoxed and disgusted, which is kind of funny. But do we have to see Jerry constantly?
Jerry.
Cowboys.
And he's on all the pregame shows.
He is on
too.
the pregame shows
Yeah.
as well. Gosh.
But he loves that, right?
Oh, he loves it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
No,
Right.
I'm saying I'm sick of it.
Yeah, for sure.
Can we just see a dejected Cowboy fan, not the 80-something-year-old owner?
Yeah.
Just a simple request.
Well, we can
Just
notify
file it
the-
away. All
we
I
can-
want you to do is take the request.
We can notify the
scribble it
networks
down.
of that.
We didn't even tee up Gabe talking about his Kansas City Chiefs. They won 2 in a row. Ravens are beat up. Ravens
Jackson's
are 1-3.
Bears got a big win.
Are you a Bears guy?
Closet Bears fan.
Are you really?
Closet Bears fan.
Nice little
I
deal.
made that proclamation after my second trip to Chicago.
And how did Luther Burden do yesterday?
Not great. Listen, he's working his way into the offense.
What did he do? What were his numbers?
I don't have them in front of me.
Okay, I'll check
Last
it out.
I saw was 1 catch for -3 yards.
Well,
Yesterday?
Yeah.
All right. Well, he was getting more touches, or getting more
field goal to
snaps.
seal the deal.
There's been a lot of blocked field goals and kicks here over the last few weeks.
Well, in that Packers game, if you think about it, they had a blocked extra point early, and the Cowboys ran it back for 2, so that was a 3-point swing there, which came into play later in the game. That's 3 huge points because they didn't get the 1. They gave up the 2. You see what I'm doing there, Ledoux math? 1, and then the 2.
Yeah, very Francesa.
3. Thanks.
I'm sorry, 2 catches, -4 yards for LB.
Oh, so
10.
they caught another one. They threw him for another
Right.
yard.
But of course, this all came about because you said that Theo Weiss would be a better NFL receiver than Luther. Theo Weiss plays
Not
for who?
necessarily in the NFL at the moment.
Right. But that doesn't mean he won't be. And I love Theo Weiss. I think he's a great player. I just don't think he's Luther Burden.
Lewis and Clark Brock. Jackson's totally on point. Penalty shots are the same in hockey and soccer. You can't make the most important games end in an unnatural way.
But it's really.
But we need a solution for
We
that.
also can't play all night.
I know it's a real rock and a hard place situation with baseball. That's their own doing. If they want to do the Ghost Runner thing in like the 11th, okay. But to start or the 12th, that's okay. But to do it right out of the gate is dumb to me.
I think hockey's got it figured out. I think they do it pretty well.
Well, they have a real overtime.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
The games don't last forever. You get an outcome.
Right.
I have no complaint at all with the way
I agree.
hockey does.
I agree. And they're not going to start playing 7-on-7 football or something to decide college football games.
Although that might be kind of fun.
That'd be interesting, but it would be dumb. But I think there has to be a better way to play the overtime in college.
How about a field goal shootout?
Yeah, and no one really even knows. Like people still don't like. I know sometimes I have struggles with that. I was like, oh yeah, Oregon just scored, but now they get the ball back because they go first this time.
Mm-hmm.
It's and then you have to go for 2.
After how many touchdowns? After
Just
the
the second overtime.
second overtime, you have to go for 2, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's kind of goofy.
But the NFL ended in a tie. How is that better than college? That's from Oli Doesn't Know.
Because at least they gave an opportunity to play on the 100-yard field and the real possessions.
Do you think there's any Penn State fans kind of in the short term thinking maybe they let the wrong QB get away?
That's they brought it up on College Game Day. It was like 2 silhouettes of guys and their stats for the year, and they're like, who could these possibly be? And it was Bo Perbula and Drew Aller, and Perbula's numbers are considerably better. And up until that point, Penn State also played nobody, like less than nobody, probably worse than Missouri, and Perbula's numbers were a lot better, and it did not seem like the fans in State College were a big fan of that segment by College Game Day. And then after the fact, I saw a lot of it. Like,
And
man, let the bull go.
Pat McAfee had to give away another 300 large this weekend.
That kick would have been good from 55.
When I saw that kid,
is he available?
I was thinking to myself.
Question.
That kick was good from forever.
Yeah. I thought before he even spoke, I thought this kid looks like the type that's going to make it.
Yeah,
Do you think it's really Pat McAfee's money?
That's what he claims.
They claim, yeah.
I think he's got it.
I've seen Herb Street mention that he's also paid some staffers and things, people at ESPN who were getting let go or something. I think he makes a ton of money.
Right.
So and he's willing to throw it around.
Yeah, and it's a great segment on College Game Day. Like, he's kind of, you're not going to ever replace what Corso brought in terms of, like, just, we talk about legendary with Doug, who Doug is legendary, but Lee Corso is, like, the definition of legendary. And
because he's even older, Doug, so that means he's even more legendary.
Down to
even more legendary.
But McAfee's like doing his best to like make game day not must see television is too far, but like more of a product to go see. Yeah, right.
But $300,000, that's a lot of money.
It's a ton.
If you gave away 30,000, 10% of that, people would still go, "This is great."
Yeah, yeah. I think the guy who kicked it split it with the guy.
Yeah, because the kid that won the ticket
had no chance.
He knew he didn't have a chance, so he found an ex-high school soccer player in the crowd.
You think a 50-50 split would be right there? Like, what would you do if you won the ticket? You can't kick it. Would you give the? If I was kicking it, I might try to negotiate for 60. I mean, literally the legwork.
Or you can get nothing if the guy doesn't pick you.
Right. That's the argument. I'm not much of a negotiator. I'd hire that out. If I'm losing more of my split.
Guys, Drinkwood's a bolt for Arkansas. He's from there. More money. That's from Evil Cal.
Not a chance.
No, he's already. Reports say that he's turned them down years ago.
And you just
that's reports. I don't know that.
Right, but so he's making 9. They offer him 11. They offer him 12. You're still like
he'd basically have to start over doing what he's done here.
Do you want to do that
to a fan base who we look at Arkansas's last 15 years. They need something bad.
Who's the chicken folks that threw a bunch of money at Calipari?
Tyson. Chicken folks.
The chicken folks.
Tyson.
You got Walmart, Tyson. And didn't the AD say they can't compete? They just can't keep up. I'm like, you got Walmart in your backyard.
Yeah, they were bragging about their track and field titles.
Bully for them. That's what we say.
That's what I say.
9 o'clock hour brought to you by Mark Hanna from Evergreen Wealth Strategies. It's TMA, the Monday edition here. Martin, Jackson, Doug, Chairman Kurt with you till 11 o'clock. It's TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success. It's a historic company founded in downtown St. Louis way back in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today, and they're proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic, and they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future with financial advisors in 12 offices across the region. Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. It's one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas & Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Oh, what a weekend that was. Ryder Cup. We went right to the scene and got a marshal from this here town that was on site for the rowdy New York crowd. Team Europe wins at 15-13. So the Ryder Cup remains in the hands of the Europeans.
Yep.
Retained the cup. 8.5 to 3.5 on Sunday, these singles matches. The U.S. rallied but came up short. MLB playoffs arrive on Tuesday, and as Jackson pointed out, there are 4 games. Yep, 4 games.
Count them. 4.
4 games.
4.
Starting tomorrow. Blues hockey games at home Tuesday and Thursday. Dallas Stars, then the Ottawa Senators coming up Thursday. A couple of Monday night games. I still don't really understand why they do this when they do overlap a little bit. But the early game, I think we have the Broncos Bengals right here.
Yeah, it's
on 101.
2 Monday night games.
ESPN.
Seems a little.
I guess one's on ESPN, one's on ABC.
Right.
But I think, especially earlier in the year when they totally overlap. The problem is the NFL, they just can do no wrong. Like every game, like the Sunday night, Packers, Cowboys, sure, absolutely. Beginning of the game, boy, the Cowboys are just trash. They're just everybody online, it's trash. Packers, oh no, the Packers are going to blow. The Packers are going to win, and then you just glued to it. All the games. Now the Chiefs game wasn't exciting, except for if you're a Chiefs fan and you wanted to see him romp. Mahomes 4 touchdown throws, but it's amazing how the NFL just ran to put any game on. You're like, ooh,
too big to fail.
Wow, they've got a chance to win here if they could just convert.
Did you catch any of that game in Ireland yesterday morning?
The Aaron Rodgers vehicle? I did not. But Steelers are 3-1. Shout out Kerry Davis. Big weekend for him. The Illini win.
Massive stadium there.
Steelers win. And now all those folks over there that saw the game will be coming to Pittsburgh. So maybe the Pirates will get a little bump.
Did you see Pittsburgh's version of the tush push?
I did not.
No.
Aaron Rodgers kind of just standing back there looking like a mannequin watching all the big boys do it. Couldn't have been less interested in getting involved in any way.
Geez, that stadium had a capacity of 82,000.
In Ireland?
Yeah, I guess 70,000 for seated events. It's the home of the Gaelic Athletic Association.
They said Aaron Rodgers was upset that they didn't leave earlier in part because he wanted to see the site.
You need Fisher. What would Jeff Fisher have gotten for?
We'll actually forfeit the week before so we can get a real jump on this thing and go over like 2 weeks early.
I definitely don't want to go check out the Guinness Factory or anything like that.
Coach, will there be 2-a-days? Well, today we'll actually be at the Cliffs of Moher. It's important for the guys to really get acclimated.
Doesn't Aaron Rodgers make like $50 million a year? Can't he go to Ireland on his own dime sometime?
It was a secondhand account of what he said, so it may be a mistake, because you're right. He's got plenty of money. He could do plenty of travel. But apparently, I think he said for like getting acclimated as well. I don't know when the Steelers went.
Sounds like something the reporters would have said. Can we go a week early so we get a free vacation?
Someone begged Aaron to say it so that he could speak for them.
I guess.
All right, now I'm crowdsourcing to myself.
What, are you looking for Rodgers' salary?
Irked in Ireland. Quarterback Rodgers put off by travel plans. There you go.
Yeah, you needed Fisher. Fisher would have got them out there plenty of time.
And Goodell's pushing for 16 international games per NFL season.
Every team's going to play one a year, is what he said. Aaron Rodgers, the Steelers touchdown in Ireland a little after 8 a.m. local time Friday. If the quarterback had his way, they would have arrived on the island much earlier ahead of the Sunday matchup with the Vikings. It is what it is, but if the schedule had been a little bit different, I would have chosen it. Maybe we get over on Monday, Tuesday's the day off. Go good to get out and see some things. It's a beautiful country.
I don't blame him for that.
Friday's late.
You got to travel. You might as well give him a day.
Friday's late.
I don't remember Aaron Rodgers really being happy about too much.
Friday is late, though. That's odd. I would have thought you get that Tuesday off day. You'd give him that entire, and maybe fly out Tuesday like around 10, 11. Use that off day as a travel day.
I really like that. It'd be good to get out and see some things. It's a beautiful country, it seems like, from pictures. I think he could get himself there at some point, though.
But Friday's too late.
That's too late.
That's too late to get to a international city.
Honestly, I'm surprised the league doesn't dictate you're there earlier for publicity and media events, kind of furthering the brand. The Steelers brand is so big. Get them there earlier so they do a lot of events.
And your body needs a little bit of time to adjust to the clock change, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and the rule used to be that if you play the international game, you would get the bye week afterwards. It looks like the Steelers do get the bye week now. But it used to be like you had to get a bye week afterwards.
Well, hopefully your air conditioner doesn't take a bye week.
There you go.
Because we're going to have
It's
temperatures.
still warm.
Yeah, we got temperatures in the mid-80s all this week coming up. It's going to be another hot one. And your air conditioner cannot afford to go on a bye at this point. If it does, and sometimes it does, you know who to call. That would be, of course, Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air. When it comes to heating and cooling, you got to trust the name that's been around a long, long time. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904. Not just another HVAC company, also the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. Seth Goldcamp is a fourth-generation Goldcamp leading the team. Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need. So whether you're dealing with this lingering summer heat or the St. Louis cold that's right behind it, no doubt, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and perhaps most importantly, home of a handsome repairman. Ask for Larry, the Silver Fox.
Steelers owner Art Rooney II said he worked with the league in a joint discussion. He said it was a football decision. He said, I would have liked to have had the guys over here for a few more days too, but we're in the middle of the season. We had to do what's best on the football side of things. Rooney said, I've got a family history going back to Ireland and Scotland. I've always wanted to get over here. I'm a historian, so I kind of know the history geopolitically in the area. I'm a fan of Guinness. I don't really drink beer, but if I do, I drink it. It sounds like a commercial. Is Art Rooney doing a live read?
How much Blue Chew ad?
How much do I like Guinness? I drink it.
I don't really drink beer, but if I do, I drink Guinness. That's not a bull line that I'm telling you guys. It's the truth. I've heard it tastes different on the tap in Ireland than it does in the States. I've been in Northern Ireland, and it was great, but I'm excited to see what it tastes like here.
You have 24 hours in Dublin.
He said they'll have some free time on Saturday.
I guess.
It would seem reasonable maybe to give teams their bye week on the week after their game.
That used to be the rule.
And
They
they
used
stay a day or two.
You had to do that, but now they've changed that
Make
because
it a
they play
business
so
trip
many
ahead of time, get the dub, and then stay.
Well, they've now made so many international games. There was one year, I think maybe last year or 2 years ago, the Jaguars played back-to-back weeks.
The Vikings are doing it.
The Vikings are going.
Yeah, they played yesterday, and then they're over in London next week taking on the Browns.
That actually kind of makes sense once you're there. Maybe.
Yeah, that's kind of cool, actually.
That's why you could never have a team in London. They always talked about having a team there.
Impossible.
And you're a free agent. You got a young family. Like, cheerio. Like,
it's going to be hard. Yeah, it'd be really hard to attract players.
But it's our sport. We're supposed to have the teams.
We'll get ready to have a Super Bowl go somewhere else, Doug.
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to.
They already did WrestleMania. Super Bowl's next.
I don't expect the English Premier League to put teams in New York and L.A. It's their sport. They
The
can
NFL
have that.
is the only league, though, where all the teams are in America. Every other major American sport has Canadian
Nothing
teams.
wrong with that.
I'm not saying there's anything.
Yeah, so I guess the text inbox is broken. It's like no Tex Marlowe is in that body and running around sick. That's from Mitch. I have never heard of your show, Cumstein.
Block him.
No, it's fine.
Block him.
We've been on a text binge for a while here. We'll get back to it. And then don't forget the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
I would forget it today.
Master of the Castilian Arts is in there.
How about that?
I don't know what he's talking about, but he's in there.
There was a heated Bad Bunny discussion going on in there earlier.
Okay.
Doug, if Bad Bunny's going to do the halftime performance, maybe we should take the Super Bowl to Puerto Rico. How about that?
Well,
okay.
Wouldn't surprise me if they take it somewhere at some point.
Well, some people like
rob us of our biggest game, biggest sporting event day of the year. I don't trust this Goodell. I don't trust him.
No.
Not after what he did to St. Louis.
He works for the owners. It's what they're going to want. I appreciate Aaron Rodgers. I just kind of wanted to get out and see something. That's when you're the tenured professor. You've been in the league and say whatever you want. And maybe some of the players agree. There was a Rams home game, and Jeremitrius Butler was a rookie. I think he's like a fifth-round pick. He asked Coach Martz to meet in his office, and he said, I just kind of need to know if I'm going to be playing this weekend because my parents are coming to the game. And Martz said, this isn't homecoming. Like this.
Yeah,
he's a pro athlete, and he wanted to know if he was in the lineup because mom and dad are coming to the game. That's just a bad idea.
It's a little amateur.
That's when you go to a veteran in the locker room and say, hey, I had this idea to say,
bad idea.
Well, I asked Jackson on Friday if anybody was going to be sitting in for Tim because my mom was going to listen, and I wanted to make sure I was going to be able to be over here. So I get it.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, Jackson, how's about I come to the show when Tim's out and I sit in his chair? No. Puerto Rico is still America, you animals. I understand that. I'm just joking that Bad Bunny now, as the entertainer, has it been widely heralded, saluted, the choice of Bad Bunny?
I haven't seen.
I don't think it's had enough time to marinate yet.
I haven't seen. I'm sure there'll be some think pieces about it coming out.
Some think pieces.
Think pieces.
Yeah. If I had to guess.
What's a think piece?
I mean, what
Isn't everything a think piece?
in a way? But what comes out like that's like everyone's like, "Yep, we're all on board with this." It's like if you give people the opportunity to complain, they're
I don't know who you could
complain.
possibly get that everyone would like.
Yeah, that was going to be my
Swift said
question.
no.
What artist would get the biggest approval rating?
There is none, unless you brought in like, I don't know.
Joshua?
Joshua would be number one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Tina E.
Dolly Parton?
No, there'd be some people who wouldn't like that.
I guess.
Yeah, there is no.
I can't imagine there'd be anybody that everyone.
Well, when everyone has a platform and a voice, then yeah, you're going to get some dissension. That's how it goes.
So country people would hate. Rap people would hate.
Yeah.
Give me Sabrina Carpenter.
People would be against that. Yeah.
Beatles reunion?
Ugh.
What?
I wouldn't watch.
A Beatles reunion?
I'm in, but they only have 2.
Yeah, and they're 80-something now.
Marty, you got something against Cheerios? I don't know what that means. That's Nathan from DeVille.
I do. Plain Cheerios?
You have something against Cheerios. You're not
just
afraid to say
plain
it.
Cheerios, there's a better way to eat breakfast.
It's like cardboard.
You're wasting bites.
Well, you got to load sugar on there, then it kind of defeats
Honey
the
Nut
purpose.
Cheerios is a different story.
Okay.
Those are delicious. But just plain Cheerios, like just eat nothing. Just don't just avoid it. Like why would you eat that?
It says right there on the box, Cheerios are heart healthy.
Sure, but there's other ways to get heart healthy food items in your system that have more nutritional value than just Cheerios.
Oh, I think I said Cheerio about the people in London.
Right.
That's why he said nothing against. Oh, God.
When you got to think about it that hard.
Yeah. I've been to Ireland. The Guinness is better, way better over there. Just like Budweiser,
That's what they say.
is way worse over there. I've been to. It is true.
But
Like
it's
my
fresher,
mom,
right?
my wife, they don't drink Guinness.
Yeah.
It's too heavy. But over there,
yeah, it's the biggest
rather
export.
frothy, tasty brew. I don't drink, but when I do, it sounded like Art Rooney was doing a commercial.
Yeah, he kind of was.
All right, TMA, the morning after is presented by Brandon Crouppen right here on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. We're going to have Blues hockey tomorrow evening as the Blues take on the Dallas Stars. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN with the pregame starting at 6 p.m. Puck drops at 7 p.m. tomorrow. That was another SportsCenter update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Jackson for the W. Cheerios are cardboard. Part-time Nebraska fan. Plain Cheerios are for toddlers. That's from Jackson's Boy Body.
Yeah,
A lot of comments on Cheerios.
I love Honey Nut Cheerios. That's like my favorite cereal ever. Delicious. But just regular Cheerios, I've never understood.
Well, they're often used to help with potty training.
Yeah,
toddlers.
Children, I
There's
get.
the
but
target. Aim.
I get it. Children, but they're not just marketed to children.
Jub the Rub said the controversy is that Taylor Swift was supposed to perform at halftime. NFL wouldn't budge and pivoted then to Bad Bunny. Wouldn't budge on what? Like the demands?
Dollars amount, if I had to guess.
No, they don't get paid. That's the thing about the halftime performer.
Well, then why would Taylor Swift ever do it? She doesn't need more publicity, you know?
Hey, here's a big opportunity for you.
Right.
Well, it's got to be
What,
a
anchor the
huge
11
honor.
o'clock news?
It's got to be the biggest honor in all of music.
Total honor, but she's achieved everything in music.
But wouldn't that be
no
on your list?
No, to get attacked and rained down on.
So if you're Taylor Swift and you're offered to do the halftime, you'd say no?
Yeah.
That'd be a good question. Has anybody ever turned it down?
If Taylor Swift's the first, then I think she's...
Would you accept an offer to perform yourself?
Me, Jackson?
Yes. Uh-huh.
What would I do?
Just sing a couple
material?
You sing a couple tunes. Yeah.
Like Ferris Bueller?
That's right.
And could I just lip sync like
yes,
him?
you can.
Sure,
Yeah.
then yes, I'd do it. I would just do a reenactment of Ferris Bueller at the
No, you'd have to
parade.
do the singing.
Well,
you
I
could
don't
lip sync your own stuff. Like,
I have to write the music too?
Well, come up with something. Steal someone else's song. I don't care.
And then you have a
what it
great cameo, and all of a sudden you distract them, and here's Tim.
Now
Surprise cameo.
Yeah. I know. What if we just did our show for 15 minutes with a giant stage and background dancers?
Have Pestis call in.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Francesa just sitting out there with a mic.
Talking
This
to
is
the Colonel.
stupid. This segment's stupid. Not everyone picked at halftime is going to be liked. At least they picked someone that people know. Guaranteed Doug and Martin can't name one Bad Bunny song. Neither can I.
Oh, yeah.
That would
You
be
got that
accurate.
right.
That would be accurate. I have nothing against it. I don't care. It's fine. Seems to be pretty popular.
He was in 2 feature films this year.
I kind of like the video too. He's sitting on the goalposts.
Sure.
And then they pan out and they zoom out, and then you can tell he's sitting on goalposts. Get it? Football.
I do get it.
The Super Bowl's only about 4 months away. Think about that.
It's kind of crazy.
Is that right?
And who's going to be in it?
Eagles.
I think
Eagles have looked like the big dogs in the NFC.
I don't know. Not so fast. That offense really struggling. Jalen Hurts didn't complete a single pass in the second half.
And yet they still score like
Talk
crazy.
about what was it? Your grandma? What's the grandma thing called? Who's your grandma?
What's your grandma thing?
So what's your grandma
Don't
thing?
disrespect Calvin like that.
That would be the perfect Eagles post game because it's the Philly media,
Right.
and the Eagles are not exactly winning pretty.
They're defending Super Bowl champions, undefeated to start the year, and A.J. Brown is tweeting cryptic things about not getting the ball enough to start the year.
Yes.
The fantasy owners the nation over are getting sick and tired of A.J. Brown. 2 points in like 2 of the 3.
Oh, do you own him?
No. Is he on
sure?
my team?
Yeah.
I'm in so many different leagues. This is my problem. Too many fantasy leagues, and then your interest dies down because you got too many people you're
See,
worried
he's
about.
laying the excuse for me beating him this week, though.
Aren't I winning?
No.
I'm not?
I hate when people say, "Oh, I need Derrick Henry to score, but I have the Chiefs defense." I can't stand that.
You're working against, and then you throw wagering into the mix. I'm in too many different things. I got too much different action. I can't focus on it. That's why my interest in the NFL has dropped off a good amount.
Because you're so interested in it, you're playing fantasy
I'm
teams.
in
all
too
over
many
the place?
fantasy leagues, so I don't have, no matter what, I'm rooting against myself at all times. It sucks.
Huh.
I know I'm not alone. I'm just the only one with the courage to say it.
You're not alone, Jackson.
It's a brave stance.
A number of texters obviously in on this story said that Taylor Swift allegedly wanted creative control of the show. That was from Jub the Rub. Then Ladue Lawn Boy said she wanted full rights to her performance. 314 says ownership of the halftime footage. So maybe there was some actual dialogue.
Right.
And so that was the feud.
You like a good conspiracy theory?
Yes.
Maybe she's with child and knows she won't be able to perform in February.
Didn't Rihanna do it?
Could be.
And then revealed. Is that when she
Yes,
revealed she was having a
Rihanna
baby?
did it while she was pregnant. Yes.
Well, even if she has rights to the Super Bowl halftime footage, what's she going to do with that? What does she need? What does she need that for, really?
Now, I would say the creative control. If you're an artist and they say, "Well, you can do this, you can, but you can't do this, you can't." That might be.
And
a
again,
sticking point.
like even like when The Weeknd did. The Weeknd is a massive artist who's been number one countless times, but like he could still use a little bit more notoriety. Taylor Swift, like, could sell out any stadium in the world at any moment. Like, I just don't think she needs to go through any headaches. And if there would be one headache involved, I'd totally get her being like, "No thanks, I'm good. I'll just hang out."
But I'm sure most of these people also have massive egos and would get a kick out of doing it.
Sure.
I see zero difference between the way the Europeans were treated at the Ryder Cup and the way the Texans treat our sweet Jackson. How about that?
Nonsense.
Vinzini standing up for Jackie Papers.
Nonsense. It's part of the game here.
High Bloom tomorrow at 10 o'clock. That'll be carried
That
here.
will be carried here.
101 ESPN. The new president of baseball operations, John Mozeliak, his formal exit interview was actually here last week, but he'll have a press conference today at Busch and then Heim Bloom tomorrow. That's where I expect they'll announce that Oli is staying on. It's all the comments from Oli have been about next year, and I met with so-and-so. And then even we've heard Oli say, Heim and I met with so-and-so. So baseball talk. And as Jackson pointed out earlier, there are 4 games tomorrow. Just enjoy all of them. There's baseball, and then there's more baseball.
You know what there also is? Garage doors, and there's more garage doors. And Schaefer Door has all that for you. And Tim's going to tell you about it right now.
Hey, this is Tim McKernan for the sponsor of the podcast here on The Morning After and 101 ESPN, and that is Schaefer Door Company. Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company, longtime sponsor on TMA and a leader in garage door repair and installations. If you run into an issue with your garage door breaking, you hear that spring snap, and you're sitting there going, what in the world was that? That is when the garage door is broken, and that is when you go to SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door, spelled SCHAEFER door.com. It's Schaefer Door Company. They handle, of course, residential, but they also handle commercial doors for you as well. It's Schaefer Door Company. Online at SchaeferDoor.com. It's Schaefer Door, a Clopay Master Authorized Dealer.
Make sure you ask Heim who his favorite football team is. He's from Philly, so I would think, is that the Eagles?
I would think.
One would think. Why is that? Will that be a divisive topic? We're all so divided.
Could be.
All right, we'll take a break. It's The Morning After, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. And welcome back to the Morning After, Monday edition here. Chairman, Jackson, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and sports writer, author, children's book author, Dan O'Neill, formerly many years at the Post-Dispatch. The Bogeyman is with us. Dan, welcome.
Thank you.
It's great to have you here.
First time, I think. First time caller.
Wow, apparently
you left out Man About Town. That's
Man About
also
Town.
on my resume.
You must have heard when Rich Gould was in here hawking his children's book. He said, The book is The Day Avery Rose Lost Her Nose, written by Dan O'Neill. I'll hold it up for the YouTube audience.
Oh, that's
too.
right. We're on. Yeah.
Beautifully designed book.
That.
Dan, I didn't see you writing a children's book. I didn't see it coming in my bingo card.
Really? Well, I don't know what to say about that. I
How
thought
did
it was
it happen?
obvious throughout my career. People used to say, I see you writing children's books in the future. But no.
That sounds like something Whitey Herzog might have said to you when he didn't like a column.
Yeah, maybe he said you should be writing children's books. No, it just happened. You guys know my son, Dan, and he works for the Blues, but his oldest daughter is Avery Rose. And when I started writing this, she was probably 4 or 5 years old. And I wasn't trying to write a book or anything. I was just playing around, rhyming things. And it just, I don't know, I would put it away, come back to it 6 months later, things like that. So it took a long time to write it. But I finally figured out a way to get out of it. Like I was stuck in it. Kept rhyming things, and I had to come up with some kind of, and then it's a takeoff on the I Got Your Nose game that everybody's either played with their kids or grandkids or had played on them. So that's basically what the book's about, and then it was illustrated by a woman in Germany, Mattia Anik, and she did a really nice job with it. So,
how do you even go about doing that? How do you write it on your home computer? You got a program that you can save everything easily, or notes, or Microsoft Word, or what?
Yeah, you write it and you put it aside on your computer. Mm-hmm. You just close it and come back to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually wrote I had a children's book written, almost completed, that was sort of a history kind of thing, naming some famous people in history. And I did a book event at O.B. Clark's, and somebody broke into my car and stole my laptop.
Oh, no.
So I lost it.
Oh, God.
I lost all that stuff. So that's a bummer, because I could turn that one around pretty quick at this point. But anyway, like I said, I wasn't trying to write a children's book when I started doing it. I like to play around with words, and I've written some fiction stuff, and I've written some poetry stuff, and probably every writer has. So it was just that. But then I kept going, and I figured out how to turn it into a story.
And it's your book, it's your idea, but is there still an editor or somebody at the publisher who says, change this? Because your whole life you got people as your editor, take this sentence out.
That was the beauty of it. No, I self-edited the book. I did have somebody, I had a publisher interested, but they wanted me to, after it was done, they wanted me to convert it and tie it into St. Louis things, and I wasn't doing that. I wasn't going back in, and it took me so long to do it to begin with that I wasn't interested in doing that. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, I showed it to various people to have them read it and make sure I wasn't making any terrible mistakes or grammatical errors and things like that. But I didn't have an editor per se.
Will Avery Rose be suing for copyright or any? She
when she gets a little older, maybe.
I would say, how old is she now? So this is kind of a cool tribute for her. Her whole life, she will say, "Hey, my grandpa wrote a book about me."
Yeah, she gets a big kick out of it. And the funny thing is she writes books. She likes. She wants to be a writer. Go figure. So I didn't know that. Of course, like I said, I started writing it when she was probably 5 years old, and she's 9 now. But she gets a kick out of it. The interesting thing is I made sure that the artist included a page or two with drawings of her brothers and sister, because now they want to know where's my book?
Yeah.
So
are you going to have to do that?
Yeah. Well, when I get rid of these, I might. Yeah.
It's going to be a series, right? Like
It
Harry
could
Potter
be.
had to start somewhere.
It depends on how the opening act works out.
And you've done sports books too. Obviously,
Yeah,
how many
yeah.
of those did you write?
I just did an event Saturday where I had, a bunch of my books, a craft fair thing. I've written, I think, eight books. Yeah, I'd done 2 on the Blues. I did the book on the Cardinals in the 80s. I did a book called Cardinals Fans Bucket List, which flew off the shelves. But, I've done 8 books. I wrote a couple of books for the Post-Dispatch that I didn't get credit for, but I wrote them.
Why wouldn't they give you credit?
Well, that's just not the way it works,
Say staff writers?
Yeah. I mean, I got a credit, but so did probably 2 or 3 other people. And that Stan Musial book, I wrote the whole thing.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be it was supposed to be, in the newspaper biz, you try to get ahead of the game with these Hall of Fame sports figures who are up there in age, and you try to anticipate, their death. And
That's
so
fun.
it was supposed to be sort of an obit, but I turned it into a really, really long feature thing because I was calling some of his old teammates and, talking to people like that, Alex Grammas and Joe Graggiola and all these people from his past. And I just went all the way through his life. And they, instead of it being a series in the newspaper, they turned it into a book and sold it as a book.
So they got the money instead of you.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh, no.
I didn't get paid anything for doing that. It was just considered to be part of your job.
Huh.
So I'm not saying that they didn't give me time to work on their time, so you can look at it that way.
Yeah.
But it would have been nice to get a little, a little something extra for the drummer or whatever.
I would think so.
Dan O'Neill, our guest, long time at the Post-Dispatch, the book, The Day Avery Rose Lost Her Nose. It's a children's book. It's, I will say, your artist here, Mattia, you said?
Mattia, yeah.
Beautifully done. Where can folks find the book?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, where can folks find Mattia?
Yeah, well, our audience is probably
in Germany.
Yeah, our audience is probably asking
They'd
that
have to
question.
be willing to travel.
And separate from that, where do they find the book?
Yeah, well, what I would like for them to do is go to my website, which is danO'Neill.net, and they can order it. They can order any of my books there, and I can sign them and ship them to them. But I'm also doing some events. I'm at a craft fair at Edwardsville Book Fair this Saturday, which is from 9 to 2, and it's at Edwardsville City Park. And then the following Saturday, I'm going to be at the Francis Howell Central Craft Fair from 9 to 3 on Saturday. So there's 2 places they can get them.
Yeah, come by and buy it in person, those 2 events, or danO'Neill.net. That's the website. So you covered sports for all those years. Do you still consume sports, watch sports?
I really don't. Not like I used to. I mean, I'm still, my son works for the Blues, so I still probably keep or pay more attention to the Blues
Hockey.
than the Cardinals. I still pay a little attention to it. I mean, I thought the Ryder Cup was pretty interesting.
Well, you were a golf
over the
guy for a
weekend.
long time.
I was a golf
The bogey
writer.
man.
Yeah. And that was a strange thing. I don't know what they were thinking by showing up for the gala dinner in sneakers and open collar shirts.
That bothered you?
Yeah, it bothered me. I mean, golf is all about tradition and character and things like that. And that, I don't know what statement they were trying. I just don't understand why they did that. What were they? And plus, you're about to start the Ryder Cup in New York. So what are you trying to set the standard for irreverence and lack of character and things like that?
Apparently they did that.
Yeah, they
It
did
set
a good
the
job
tone.
of it.
So you think their outfit led to the crowd's behavior?
No, I wouldn't say that, but I just think it's, I don't know. I thought that was really a poor choice. And then the rest of it it's a very simple fix for that. You don't go to New York with the Ryder Cup. You just don't go there. There's lots of other places in the U.S. you can go to. If they went to Belle Reve, I'm not trying to plug that, but if they went to a golf course in Indiana or they went to Hazeltine or something, they're still going to have huge crowds, but they're not going to have people dropping F-bombs and throwing beers at the players and things like that. So, and they get rowdy in Ireland or in Great Britain as well, but it's not like that. The only place that happens is New York.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think they'll be going back.
No. The same thing happened at the U.S. Open at Bethpage and the PGA at Bethpage. The same kind of stuff happened. So,
it's the same stuff that happens at their stadiums there.
Right.
They just got rowdy, drunken, obnoxious fans.
Right. But they're removed, Like, I love doing games at Yankee Stadium. The atmosphere was fantastic. But they don't have immediate access, and they're not a couple of paces away from the players and things like that.
Screaming at their wives and throwing beers
at their wives.
Yeah, the Yankee fans tried last year in the playoffs on the right field line.
I mean,
Was
in
it
New York,
Vinny and
you have
Vinny?
Vince Coleman might throw a firecracker at you or something like that.
Well, there could be,
Dan, I interned for your son, Dan, with the Blues in 2018. What a great guy. That's from the 314. How about that? A shout out.
Who was that?
Just a listener said that they interned
with Dan?
Yeah, they interned for your son, Dan, with the Blues in 2018. And he just wanted to point out what a great guy. How about that? That would be Avery Rose's dad.
What's the expression that doesn't fall far from the
tree?
That's the hope, at least.
No, he is a good guy. Does a good job.
Dan O. The Day Avery Rose Lost Her Nose. It's the new book, the children's book, written by Dan O'Neill, danO'Neill.net. Going to be at the Edwardsville Craft Fair this weekend, Francis Howell Central Craft Fair the following weekend. I'm assuming all that information online as well, right?
Yeah, it's on that website. There's several things coming up. I'm doing the craft fair circuit this winter. When you self-publish, man, that's that's all you can do. You can't get in the bookstores and stuff. You can, but it's difficult.
danO'Neill.net.
Looking at Doug because I know he's thinking about
writing one.
Yeah,
he is.
Oh gosh,
look out!
It's got children's book written all over.
No, that sounds like real work to me.
He's got sod delay.
I'd have to figure out the computer. How am I going to save this? How am I going to send it to somebody? I'd be lost.
Yeah, that'd be a problem.
Doug's too busy sodding the backyard. Jackson, are we way behind? I'm assuming. How did that happen? We're always way behind. Dan, thanks so much for stopping by.
Thanks for having me. It's the first time I've been on this show. I think.
Huh, so this is a big time in your life.
It really is.
And all it took was writing a children's book. That'll get you
I'll
on.
have to start writing more of them.
Who would have thought of that? All right, it's CMA presented by Brown & Crouppen. What a ride it's been. What a ride. What a team. What a ride. This entire program on this Monday. TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Doug, Jackson, Kurt, Martin with you. Tim is back on Wednesday. A lot of college football talk. Broke down some Mizzou, did a little Blues conversation. The playoffs are going on. Ryder Cup. Fair amount of talk about the outcome, but as well as the behavior there. Some Cardinal thoughts as well out of the gate, which pissed everybody off that we were talking about the Cardinals. We'll do that tomorrow more so with Chaim Bloom coming your way at 10 a.m. press conference, his first. He did talk last year, but we really didn't get to hear a whole lot. This will be his first chance after being muted for a year.
Right.
Now, he does, like, I've spoken to him. Derek Gould, those people have probably talked to him a bunch, standing around the old ball yard. But his first official comments about the direction of the franchise, Cardinals ended up 78-84, fourth in the division. Over the weekend, swept by the Cubs, and Oli is now public enemy number one in Chicago. Cubs fans not pleased. So Michael Bush, you got to love it. Doug, you know Mike Bush, his son is playing for the Cubs apparently?
Same guy?
And there you have it.
Same family.
With a shot at the cycle. So the math on it, bottom of the eighth, Cardinals are losing 7-3, and they intentionally walked Bush. Now, the runner was on third. Swanson had doubled and stole third. After the game, his quote was, "I'm not here for anyone's amusement. I'm here to win the game." You could argue, game's out of hand, 7-3-ish. Your team's going nowhere, been eliminated. Competitive, just go for it. Try and get him out. If he gets the hit, gets the cycle, good for him. However, Doug, you pointed out, they stole third.
Swanson did, yeah.
Right.
He doubled a couple hitters before Bush came up. Doubled, and then he stole third, ahead by 4 runs.
Right.
So if their argument was, well, we're still playing to win this game, we're not, then you say, okay, well, this guy who's been lighting us up, why would I pitch to him?
Right. First base is open.
So if he doesn't steal third, Swanson, then do you say, all right, fine, we'll go after him, see what happens. Give him a chance, go after him.
Yeah, I mean, just because you pitched to him doesn't mean you're like, submitting.
No, we're not grooving one, right? You just mano a mano, give it your best shot.
Yeah, for sure.
Try and get him out.
I understand both sides.
I don't think Oli was asked, did it change when they stole third? You're like, okay.
Yeah. I usually don't love fence sitting, but in this one, I would get arguments from Cubs people being like, just pitch to him. It's the last game of the season. Like, you're not making the playoffs.
Yeah, in this case, the Cubs' playoff spot was secured. The Cardinals are out of it. You're in the 9th inning of a game you're probably not going to win. I absolutely would pitch to him.
Yeah, agreed. But I get the Cardinal. I get what Oli is saying.
Yeah, I can understand his point of view. That you're trying to show us up, or you still think the game is out there to be won or lost if you're stealing bases. So why would we pitch to this guy who's on fire?
You can steal.
But I wish he would have said that. I wish he would have said, listen, they're stealing third base. Yeah. Apparently they think that the game's still hanging in the balance, so screw it. We're not going to pitch to a guy who's been doing all this damage against us. I wish he would have used that as a reference point, because otherwise, you're like, oh, come on.
Yeah, then it just kind of seems like, exactly. Like an excuse, like an easy excuse. Like you could say that any time. But I'm with you. If he explained
I wish he would have said that.
Yep.
You can email in. It's called the Design Air Email of the Day. We close out every show with that. Design Air is the longest-running TMA sponsor. Design Air, as a business, has been around for more than a century. It's still hot this week, so if the air conditioning's not working, call Design Air. Next month, when the heat's not working, call Design Air. It's that time of year, transitioning, and get a tune-up. That's always smart to do before the winter season arrives. DesignerService.com is the website. And the great thing about Seth Goldcamp's team is there's no upselling. So when they're in your home doing the repair, they'll get things fixed, get you back in business without selling you something you don't need. If you need a new HVAC system, however, you can shop around. Mr. McKernan did. Shopped around, got 3 different bids, and ended up going with the Design Air bid. So find out more at designerservice.com. We always say support the sponsors. This is an easy one to do. So many listeners have shared their stories over the years with the experience that they've had with Design Air, and consistently it's been, they came in, they did a great job, and everything's working just fine. Find out more at designerservice.com. We'll do the email of the day coming your way shortly. There's a lot on the bone today.
I'd say.
A lot on the table.
I would say.
From Cheerios to F-bombs. Cheerios and F-bombs. You want to label the segment? occurred at some point. Sure is F-bombs. I don't know if they overlapped, but email today coming your way next, then BK and Ferrari at 11.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. An MRI today confirmed that New York Giants standout wide receiver Malik Neighbors has suffered a season-ending torn ACL. Sources are telling ESPN's Adam Schefter he injured it against the Chargers yesterday. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Just when I thought we'd run through all the top, the Oli top people are fired up on the text line. Most saying they should have beaned Michael Bush.
Beaned him?
Yeah.
Why?
They should have drilled him for getting all those hits.
I'll teach you.
He had, 2 homers, a triple, and a double. Yeah. Not a bad day.
Maybe pitch better even earlier. Sharon and Clayton was not happy with Doug. Come on, Doug. Do you think the Cubs threw any cookies to Pujols to pad his stats? Hell no. Any manager who didn't walk him should be fired on the spot. The whole point of the job is to win the game.
In fact, there were allegations that the Montreal Expos did indeed, or they're playing, was it Montreal they got the last 2 home
69 and
runs?
70?
That
Yeah,
they
it was the
did indeed
Expos.
groove pitches to Albert Pujols.
Wasn't that McGuire?
Oh, McGuire. Yeah, what am I talking about? Yeah. There was some complaining that he sure saw an awful lot of fastballs right down the middle of the plate there at the end.
Adam Wainwright at the All-Star. Remember he said he gave a pipe
that
job.
Jeter one.
Derek
Yeah.
Jeter gave him a pipe
But it is,
job.
the game is all about the fans. If you got a stadium full of fans there and people watching, I think you owe it to them to put on the most entertaining product. And that would have been to challenge Michael Bush. I'm not saying it's to let him hit another home run, but it's certainly to challenge him.
Maybe we get Oli in here for a season-ending exit interview.
That'd be great.
I'm going to throw that. I'm assuming he'll be around one of these press conferences today, tomorrow. What's Tim up to these days?
Tim's going to tell us about Design Air Heating.
Sorry to throw you for a curve. I was...
Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. The longest running sponsor on TMA going back more than a decade. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Doug is a client. Martin is a client. I am a client. And I cannot recommend Design Air Heating and Cooling enough. So many TMA listeners over the years have done business with Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling, and I can recommend them wholeheartedly because I've done business with Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. You'll find them online at designairservice.com. No upselling. They're going to fix it, and they're going to move on and earn your business because your air conditioning will be taken care of. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com.
Guys, the show's actually tolerable, even though Tim is absent. That's from your mom's lesbian lover. How about those kind of accolades, Doug? That'll give a little pick-me-up for the old
Doesn't
squad.
get any better than that.
Somebody pointed out earlier that Mike Schilt is still on the hot seat, Jackson, in case you're wondering.
That's exactly right. They're not the hot seat over at Callier and Thompson.
No.
I can tell you that much.
No, but they can take any seat in your house and turn it into something that's hot.
There you go.
I guess.
Weave of the year.
Callier and Thompson is the company to trust, not just for kitchens and bathrooms, but for any interior remodeling job. You need a man cave? Callier and Thompson's got you covered. Office, bar, you got it. Callier and Thompson, they even do wine rooms and fireplace walls, and they've been doing these things since the 1950s. These are people you can trust to know what they're doing and to do it right when they are in your home. Their employees have more than 165 years of combined experience. The owners, Bob Stride and Carolyn Beer, they've both been around there more than 20 years. They just know how to get it done. Callier & Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets, appliances, and countertops in the business, and better yet, it's all right there under one roof. No need to drive around to 5 or 10 different businesses for one job. At Callier & Thompson, they can do it all for you. Even have a great paint department. The showroom is on Manchester Road in Baldwin, right next to Uncle Bill's Pancake Shop. Let Callier & Thompson bring your dream remodel to reality and come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
All right, let's do it. Papers, time for the email of the day. Are you reading them, buddy?
Yeah, I'm going to read them. Dear Diary, I woke up this morning still thinking about Friday's TMA and how empty it felt without Tim. It's wild how someone's energy can become such a part of the show that their absence feels like a hole in the room. It's more than just a host missing. It's like a friend wasn't there. It felt like coffee without cream, like a sunrise without color. Please come back, Tim. Mornings just aren't the same. That's from Rusty Boner.
Rusty Boner. Frenchman.
I miss Tim. Sincerely, I miss Tim a bunch.
Oh, I miss Tim a bunch. He's new.
Doug, I met someone. I found her sleeping underneath the 270 in the Rock Road Bridge. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. She's even has multiple teeth. I hear all the pretty women have teeth. Anyway, we're going to post up in the abandoned Comfort Inn, the one behind the Waffle House. You want to join? We're going to snuff some expired fire extinguishers, and if you're lucky, there's a chance for the forbidden MMF. We can even make... No, you know where to find me. That's the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer.
Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer.
And finally...
Oh, no.
Wow, this is...
Wonderful.
This is like a getaway game.
Wonderful show despite the absence of our fearless leader today, boys. In homage of the hard-hitting Cheerios discussion, a haiku. Bland rings of sorrow. Milk drowns their silent protest. Breakfast dreams betrayed. Until next time, the TMA Troubadour.
Gosh. And he might win with that.
And that's what we have.
TMA Troubadour. Well, at least he put a little bit of effort into it. So I'll vote for him, the TMA Troubadour.
The first three were I missed Tim, I kind of missed Tim. You guys
There was one of someone under a 270 in Rock Road.
Yeah, there was some. Apparently, they said they come with nice teeth sometimes.
I hear all the pretty girls. I hear all the pretty girls have teeth.
I hear all the pretty girls. Yeah, I'll go with the haiku too. Come on, I mean, the guy put some effort in.
Sure.
You guys can split the vote.
I like the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer.
You want to have it?
Is that the one with the pretty girls like teeth?
Yeah.
Or have teeth?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys could have
And since I'm in this chair, I count for two. I'm going with that one as well.
No, we'll have it, and because Europe retained, we'll give it to the TMA Troubadour because he won on Friday.
No,
and
that's
so
not
he
true.
retains. He did he not win on Friday?
No, that's what I called Doug because I had to Venmo.
Wow.
That's right. The
All
good
right,
call you
so
did.
the whole. Have you ever had a halved email?
Yeah,
of the day?
this is the
In
problem
honor
with
of the
voting for
Ryder
four
Cup.
guys. Because of the Ryder Cup, let's give it to the TMA Troubadour.
Whatever, they were all bad.
Oh, wow. There it is.
Riveting.
Wow, what a way to end an award-winning show. Stay tuned. BK and Ferrario next.